Hello everyone, welcome in, welcome in. Before we get into any gameage, I do want to go through the song list. This is my very creatively titled Starting Soon 2 playlist, and it features Ray Kerfoot, just like literally all the other ones, but this time around it was My Poisonous Friend, Daily Grind, and Parasomnia. All bangers, but that's to be expected at this point. With that out of the way, let me put this over here and actually get into the game. And I can move this as well while we're at it. There we go. You should be able to see me now. And if, technology is willing to cooperate with us, then we will, in about, 45 seconds, maybe even have some games on the screen. But you have to excuse Killing Floor. It's an old game. Takes a while for it to get started, you gotta get out of the wheelchair, gotta get the walking aid, gotta tell the nurses that you're going someplace. It takes a little while, But once it gets going, oh boy, it doesn't stop. I mean, technically true though, I don't think I've had many crashes with this game. So I suppose, can't stop, won't stop. But it does take like a solid minute for the game to actually start. And then there's that little, hanging in the main menu that happens when it tries to connect to the item server. Let me see. There we go. This should be visible now. Alrighty. I want to check something immediately after we're done, waiting for the item server. So apparently the Halloween event is over, which kind of makes sense considering it's halfway through November now. And I mean, I did it in 2 days or something, so... But then again, it was not particularly difficult, so I don't know why I'm trying to be all cool about it. Like, oh yeah, I did it in 2 days, so cool. I believe last time I stopped somewhere around Hellmark Station. Yeah, that's where we kind of left off. Because we had a stream where we went from the top to the bottom was our direction. And then we went from the bottom to the top, but we didn't really connect. But I remember that in the first stream where we did that, we stopped on Farmhouse. So we have... I want to say, these maps, basically, to do, and then we'll figure something new out, I guess. But I'm probably just going to be playing completely rando games. We might do Medic, just to get some dailies done, I guess. I don't really care much for them, and, I mean, Medic is already leveled up, but why not? And I don't really have that much to talk about, but I'm thinking it's going to be okay, because as much as I enjoy Overwatch 2, and I have played... I want to say 11 hours of it on stream already, and that's quite a lot in 2 days when you think about it. There is one downside to that game, which is you don't get to talk about much that, doesn't directly relate to the game itself. Which is fine. I think that's what most people do on this platform, essentially, I hate to, boil it down like that, and it probably will get me some negativity maybe from certain individuals, but you could make the argument that all Twitch is it's just a platform to react to things. The only thing that changes is what you're reacting to. So you might be reacting to, videos from YouTube that your community is sending in, or maybe you're reacting to a video game, but at the end of the day, you're doing the same shit, one could argue. Now, again, like I said, I think this is an unpopular opinion, but I don't care so much about that. And I mean, I'm not really exactly high and mighty about my endeavors here. I don't think I'm changing the world. I mean, that is something we can talk about, not changing the world, but just what streaming kind of actually is, in my opinion. But either way, the more chillax games do have that key advantage over, I guess, the more intense ones, where you can just shoot the shit and not really care about what's going on the screen. For the most part. I mean, you gotta pay some amount of attention to Killing Floor 2, but with the difficulty that we're on in solo, there's not that much that can go wrong. Generally. But, I mean, hey, we'll see what ends up happening. But I did touch upon a topic that's kind of interesting. A lot of people have all these high and mighty, lofty ideas about streaming and the industry and all this other stuff, and I think it's cool. And it stands to reason that, yes, Twitch at this point is clearly an industry, all of its own, and I mean, live streaming in general is a huge thing. It's exploded in recent years, even more so, and it's very multifaceted now. Especially, I mean, it kind of always has been, but at the same time, I particularly feel with the VTuber boom, it's like more multifaceted than before, and I find that very interesting. I think it's really cool. So I'm not trying to, basically I'm, you know, giving you this caveat because I don't want people to think that I'm so reductive about this platform or about this pursuit, I guess. I want to, you know, protect myself basically by explaining to you how much I respect the medium, even if I don't, you know, do much with it. I think that's a fair thing to say. Like, I do very basic shit in general, but hey, maybe we'll change that in, like, the coming weeks. But either way, I think a lot of people will kind of, you know, get too deep into that mindset, though, where they just kind of start thinking that this is, like, an actual super legitimate job from, you know, minute one. You press the go live / start streaming button, and you're just, you know, like, you clocked in, and you gotta, like, keep going and whatever. And I mean, hey, like, if that's the work ethic you wanna have for it, then I think it's all the better. But for most people, I think this is still just, like, about having fun, which is maybe good. I think in the grand scheme of things, having fun is pretty great as far as things go. And incidentally, the way I see streaming, for me at least, is it's a very, like, nice way of sanctioning some time to play video games and kind of having to either talk alongside them, like I'm doing right now, and cultivate some ideas that are maybe interesting enough to listen to. Like, you know, I would love if someone had me on their second monitor just listening to me babble. Like, I feel like, dude, that's a goal, because that sounds fun, because I do that with certain other individuals. And I'm like, that's kind of cool if people just listen. At the same time, when I play other stuff where, you know, you gotta go 100% in on it and you pay a ton of attention, it's like, with those games, you get to have an excuse, you know, because I think if you say, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play, like, video games for, I don't know, like, 2 hours, 3 hours tonight, I wouldn't say that's cringe, especially not in you know, today's world. Like, with everything going on, I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And I mean, it kind of always has been a reasonable thing to do, but certain people will you know, make kind of expect, you know, like, people will have certain reactions that you can kind of sort of expect. Like, some people will be like, oh wow, like, no lifer or nerd or whatever. I think those get thrown around a lot less these days than let's say 10 years ago, but it's still out there in the ether. I don't think you should, like, care about it much, personally, to be completely real with you, but at the same time, I do think that streaming what you're doing kind of gives you an excuse, you know? Because you're creating content, and I do think that compared to just playing a game, when you actually stream, and if you try to do any of the things that I mentioned, like play at a high level or have some kind of discourse going on, I do think that it turns into a legitimate excuse, you know? Like, it's way cooler to say that, like, I'm streaming and I'm trying to talk about, like, game theory, or I'm, like, speedrunning, like, some old game that's super cool, than just, like, saying, like, oh yeah, like, I played, like, 7 hours of Overwatch 2. Because don't get me wrong, that's also pretty fun, but I don't know, maybe I'm just one of those workaholic type individuals. That could also be it. I mean, I do tend to almost, like, autistically focus on certain things, and I guess my focus changes every now and then, so perhaps I'm biased. My viewpoint may indeed be biased. I don't want to jinx it, but I don't think we've gotten hit so far in, like, almost 5 minutes of talking about this shit, so that's kind of fun. But then again, we are playing Medic, who's just insanely good as far as characters go. Like, perks in this game. But yeah, I had a lot of fun, actually, with the last stream playing Overwatch, but like I said, I do miss the ability to just, like, talk about shit, you know? Because when you play an actual multiplayer, like, FPS-style game, I think most of the time you're going to be engaging with the game, you're going to be engaging with the situations. You'll get, like, a handful of moments where maybe there's some downtime. You've won the push, you've gotten the team kill, but even then, you're so in the zone that there's, like, a 99% chance that you're going to keep talking about whatever's on the screen right then and there. And like I said, I don't think that's necessarily an issue, but perhaps it's not as interesting as just, I don't know, trying to discuss the economic situation in, like, Zimbabwe, which, by the way, is not a topic that I'm at all qualified to speak about, but it sounds really smart, doesn't it? Like, if I was qualified to speak about it, I think I might even be considered intelligent, but as we've established, I don't know how to talk about that, and therefore, you know, the truth comes tumbling out. I'm a dumbass. But I feel like we've established this many, many times by now in previous streams. Oh no, there goes the no-hit streak. Oh god. Uninstalling the game right now. Skill issue and all of that. I didn't have any illusions about being able to keep that up forever, by the way. Especially not with more sirens and big guys spawning. Like, that was never gonna happen. Perhaps instead of just, like, spending all our money on ammo and armor, we could have, oh, I don't know, maybe bought, like, a different gun. Because of this damage over time kind of thing doesn't tend to work for the big lads. I mean, we'll kill him eventually. Either that or old age will get him. One of the two. You see, he's getting tired. I can tell. I can tell from the pixels. Oh no. He's love tapping me. He's murdering me. Speaking of another gun. This will not help in our current situation, but it is money, essentially, just in a different form. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun just being on the platform, just in general. Oh yeah, that's the XP goal that we had. That's kind of neat. And like I said, the big reason I'm enjoying just, you know, like fooling around with this, I guess, is because it does give me an excuse to play more video games and kind of like enjoy them in a different way than normal. Although I'm one of those weirdos that often ends up like talking to himself anyway, but then as we once again clearly established, I am probably actually like insane. Just not, you know, I haven't been diagnosed, but that's the cool part about like actual mental health. If you never go get diagnosed, you'll never be diagnosed. They can't diagnose you if you never go to the doctor. Obviously, editor's note, please, if you feel there's something wrong with you, maybe do in fact get professional help before you end up causing damage to yourself or the people around you. But I'm a cool guy and I'm gonna ignore that because I'm a rebel. Imagine making sane decisions that might benefit you down the line. Cringe. I'm out here just, I don't know, living, not my best life, clearly, but living a life. It's definitely a life. We cannot argue that. I believe we will have enough money to afford anything and everything that we might need, which is just called an incision, by the way. In case you didn't know, what you do with Medic is you just go all HRG. And the diehard Killing Floor players will absolutely hate your guts for it, and I do not blame them. At the same time, though, both guns are so good that, hey, I mean, can you blame me? I like them both. I love this cafeteria area, by the way, on this map. Like, all the food is, like, kind of fucked up looking and moldy. But, like, look at that pizza texture. Like, that's kind of neat looking. Like, it's not half bad. Someone might have spent, like, 25 minutes making that, even. I mean, I couldn't make that pizza texture, even if I tried. Not buying Hemogoblin. Welcome in, Elmo. Yeah, I mean, Hemogoblin is a thing you guys told me about, but I don't know. I'm a man after my own heart, I guess. Old habits die hard. I'm just like, all I know is I buy Incision. And then I don't even end up using it like you can see right now, because I'm just like, there's like 4 entire guys that might need to get shot. I'll just poison everybody. Switching weapons is hard. I will switch for the Scrake, obviously. Like, not gonna kill that guy with the heal thrower. But a Husk, maybe. I kind of wanted to shoot the other Husk, to be honest, but then I got interrupted. Rudely, might I add. Kind of scared that he'll do like a suicide rush. I think he's in the process of doing that. I promise I'll try the Hemogoblin at some point. If I ever remember. I have used it before, but I think I used it exactly once. And I don't think I was, you know, blown away. I'm sure it's a good gun. I don't know, didn't fall in love with it, I guess. This is like a surprisingly decent area, but I guess it is just ring around a rosy, basically. Not that much going on here. Oh, we got the area. Kind of nice that the Fleshbounds only spawned now. Let's see. I believe, yeah, there is a path this way, too. My man is just, like, parkouring on the railing. He's kind of sick with it. Oh, you're also gonna rage? I kind of was hoping that you wouldn't do that. I was gonna say, this isn't supposed to be a dead end. That's my big strat, just jump and get the headshot, and if you miss, then you can just say that the game lagged or whatever, you know? It gives you plausible deniability. And if you get it, it's very pog. I was gonna say, like, can we get a collateral? You might be thinking these are all like super pro gamer moves, but no, the game's just very easy because I refuse to put up the difficulty because I am an actual baby. So don't let the gameplay fool you. Also, this is Medic gameplay, like, come on now. Medic is insane with it. You know what? I think we can just switch. Can we fit the Hemogoblin into this loadout? I don't even know its weight. So it's 7. I mean, you could. Well, you know what? Let's try it. So it slows and weakens Zeds. And that's it, basically. I'm sure that I've tried this before, but I don't remember, like, anything. I remember the model, and I think... Yeah, I think I've seen other people use it. And it looks absolutely fucking huge, by the way, in third person. It's, like, massive. Which is kind of funny, considering, you know, it weighs less than the HRG Incision, but... I feel like the weight block system is more about balance rather than anything else. I do like the look of the gun, I gotta be real with you. Like, it looks kind of nice. I like the sight that it has and everything. It's also King Flesh Pound. I kind of miss the event skins already, man. I gotta be real with you. They're always so cool. Oh, is he behind me? Yeah, I think he is. He is. I mean, I guess this is probably going to be, like, very, very easy. Hemogoblin plus Heal Throw is genuinely the strongest medic loader in the game. So much healing output. Oh yeah, I'm certain of it. Like, Incision is definitely significantly worse in terms of healing. I like Incision more so for the utility that it has. Like, just being able to deal with the big guys fairly easily is very, very nice as medic. Because I tend to find you suffer a little bit in that regard, basically, with this perk. I mean, the animations on this gun are actually, like, really cool, though, in all honesty. The sound, I could take it or leave it. It kind of sounds like a Nerf gun. Little bit Nerf positive, but hey, man, what do I know? I'm also not, like, much of a gun guy. I don't know, certain games nail it, and then I like it. But I have no clue if it's actually realistic. I think I remember why I wasn't so crazy about this gun before. It's because it kind of deals, like, damage over time, essentially. Yeah, the Incision is really strong in solo. It's rather severely lacking in team play, though. Oh, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. Like, the Incision, the thing that makes it good, but it's not good, essentially. Like, the reason it's kind of nice is also the reason it could be considered bad. Because what the Incision allows you to do is if your team dies, then you can absolutely, like, mop up after them. However, if you're planning, you know, for your team's death as medic, then you've already kind of failed, I feel like. And I admit that, but the thing is, the people that I play with, it sometimes happens. And on solo, it's just very nice and convenient to be able to deal with... Oh, he's stuck? I repeat, he's stuck? It looks like he's liking the song, man. He's just like Raven. Look at that. Kind of headbanging. Is he... No, he's not gonna get out of that animation loop, is he? I thought maybe if I broke his shield, because sometimes he does, like, another animation. This feels kind of dirty, but, I mean, hey, it's working, so... Let's just put him down. Clearly, there's something going on here. You see, he comes down when he dies, at least. I've never seen that glitch before. And I have played this map quite a bit. The poor man is just bleeding out. Yeah, but at the same time, in solo, the health scaling is so poor that you don't even need the Incision for the damage. True. I mean, you could use anything, especially in solo, and on hard especially, so... I mean, I totally understand the reason why you might like the Incision. And I mean, I don't hate it. It's just not, like, my first pick, basically. Hostile Grounds, let's go. I mean, I think we have another couple doable dailies. I think we might even be able to do all of them tonight. Because I don't remember anything, like, ridiculous in there. Let me check. Santa's Workshop, yeah, I guess we'll go on there. And the Vlad nail gun would be Bazooka. I guess we could do that here. Why not? Let's just go. Yeah, I don't hate that the Incision exists as such. I just kind of sort of dislike that it's a medic weapon. Oh no, I totally understand, bro. Like, look, let's be real. For me, the issue is... Well, it's not an issue, but it's definitely weird. I think the Incision is legitimately better than the railgun. And I know that might be, like, a dumb idea. But from a utility perspective, the fact that you have the healing darts, even if they're not the greatest at healing, you can totally kill a bunch of small shit with it. Like, I would almost argue that it is a better railgun, in my book at least. And that's, like, kind of messed up. I know, like, some HRGs are like that. In fact, a lot of them are super strong compared to the original weapon, but it's still kind of weird in the medic's case, because, I don't know, I kind of feel like a railgun should almost be, like, the be-all, end-all weapon for sharpshooter. I know M99 exists, but no one ever uses it, so... It would be kind of cool if they made, like, maybe something in Killing Floor 3, less so like an adjustment in this game. Perhaps they could add like a sharpshooter thing where your damage is scaled for weapons depending on the reserve ammo you have, but I feel like that could also be problematic because it would make you really, really dependent on supports. Oh, quite contrary, the Incision has the highest per dart healing in the game. It's like 40 if I remember correctly. But the dart recharge, yeah, the dart recharge is not great, but that's what I mean, like, it deals so much knockback damage and everything that you can actually, if you aim with it, which it's a, you know, kind of a pseudo-sniper weapon, you kind of have to aim with it anyway, you end up basically, like, getting the small stuff for no ammo cost. Also, the railgun is absolutely stronger than the Incision. No better utility than a dead enemy in front of you. I kind of sort of agree with you, but at the same time, I don't know, dude. I kind of like the way that the Incision functions. I think that you cannot, you absolutely cannot ignore the fact that with a railgun, because it's one-shot reload, if you're faced with 3 enemies, it doesn't matter how good your accuracy is, it's going to take 3, like, reload cycles to kill them, essentially. Now, of course, you can make the argument, like, you'll melee them or whatever, but that can be in a situation where you can't melee due to distance or whatever else. So I'm ignoring that for the sake of the argument. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, whereas with the Incision, that's 1 shot and 1 reload and 2 healing darts. And that's it. And you only use 1 ammo. Oh yeah, and the EMP effect is actually sick on the big Zeds as well. Yeah, like, I totally get it. Remove that and Waguchi. I mean, I would say that, you know, we have differing opinions. For me, like, I like the utility elements of the gun well enough that I'm like, yeah, I'll use it. And like I said, it's just a for me, it's a playstyle thing. But I think we mentioned this before, at least we discussed it before, rather, that a lot comes down to what difficulty you're kind of used to. Like, I played most of the time on hard, and then I graduated to suicidal, but then I didn't play for, like, the longest time, so now I'm basically just, like, back on hard, because my priority is more just, like, being able to shoot the shit while I play, rather than try to push for, like, the best, like, performance, I suppose. Because, to be honest, game is so old at this point that I don't think that it's possible for me to get as good as the professionals, if you will. Which I think is okay. Like, that's not really a defeatist attitude, I just think it's realistic. For the railgun specifically, the reload cancel is so good you can actually fire it stupid fast. Yeah, I think I learned reload canceling on some other guns, but not the railgun specifically. But then I don't play a lot of sharpshooter. I imagine it's best on those kind of, you know, guns. The single shot weapons, essentially. But that's exactly what I mean. Like, I don't have enough knowledge about the game to really push it to the next level, and it's not really my priority, so they kind of go hand in hand for me. Like, I never bothered to learn all the shit, and that's why I never got to the higher difficulties. But because I never got to the higher difficulties, I never had much of a use for that knowledge. You know, it's kind of a chicken and an egg kind of situation. To the point that sharpshooters are putting out such absurd firepower that it got banned in most iterations. Oh wow, okay. Let's see. Just gonna skip. Casually killing like 300 large Zeds in a game is a bit absurd. I mean, yeah, it is. It absolutely is. But at the same time, though, that's kind of sharpshooter's job. Like, that's literally the only reason you exist. Man, I wish I didn't buy armor. I could get it for free. But this is kind of what I mean. Like, you know, you play different games for different reasons. For me, like, online competitive stuff has always been weird. I played, like, a lot of TF2, and I got to essentially the scrim level, but I never actually played in any, like, competitive matches. I just did some practice games. But for me, the big issue was that was still at a time when Sixes was basically the main format, and Highlander was just in its infancy. For those not in the know, in TF2, you know, you got like 9 classes, and essentially there's 2 competitive scenes for the game. Well, at least 2. You got 6S, which is basically you have a team of 6, and the meta has already been established, essentially. You're going to run basically 1 medic, and that is actually one of the classes that has a hard cap on it. So you can only ever have 1 medic, because otherwise it would be too strong. You have 2 soldiers. There's no limit on the number of soldiers, but there's realistically no reason to run more than 2. The way it works is 1 usually gets pocketed, and then you have a roaming soldier. The roaming soldier just rocket jumps around the map, tries to get, like, picks, usually the medic, essentially. You have a demo man, because he's incredibly powerful, just a better soldier. There's a limit on the number of demo men as well. So you can't have more than that one, essentially, because otherwise it would break the fucking game. And lastly, you have the scouts. And that's basically it. That's your team. Now, I played Pyro, so it turns out I didn't really have a horse in that race, so I didn't particularly enjoy 6S in that sense, and I never really got into it. I never bothered to learn the the characters for that. Well, true, but it was mostly banned for the reason that it was too low skill to pull off. You can still do some insane large killing on Sharp without the railgun. It just won't be as easy. Yeah, it's basically swings and roundabouts. But yeah, Highlander is the different format for TF2, which I think ended up becoming a lot more popular, actually, where essentially you have one of each class. So it's 9v9, and because there's 9 characters, you have one of everything. But you can only ever have one of everything.
Have you checked your
And it's, for me at least, a little bit more interesting than the basic stuff. Let's see, you know what, we haven't used Ion Thruster in a while, let's do that. And I guess we could pair it up with a Tez launcher. We'll get ammo for it later. But yeah, so I didn't really, like, I played some practice, like, warm-up games for pickup games in, like, I guess, backfill capacity on, like, maybe 5 or 6 Highlander games. And that was it. And it was fun, and I think I could have had the skill at the time to maybe, like, do more, but I never bothered to be honest. I was content to just going in servers and you know, ruining people's day, basically. Which I think is fine. That's what most people are looking for with these games. But, other than TF2, the only other, like, FPS that I played in any, like, kind of team-based, multiplayer, competitive kind of title were the Call of Duty games. I had, like, a phase, especially throughout university, where each year I would buy the, like, you know, most recent COD game and just, like, play it late in the evening when I didn't, well, I would say I didn't have anything better to do, but I always had better things to do, such as actually, like, learning the fucking material for the university course, but I just never gave a shit. So usually I just ended up, you know, playing COD instead and molding, basically, even though it wasn't called molding back then. I don't even think people called it tilting at the time. This was, well, not pre-Twitter, but pre-current Twitter for sure. So, like, Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 were weird for me in that sense, when I jumped into those a little bit. Although I didn't play that much of either, compared to TF2. I got, like, 2K hours on TF2 in total, over 2K, in fact. And then there's Overwatch with its mighty, what is it, 50 hours? Which, I mean, is still pretty good from like, a normie perspective. But from, like, actual real gamer perspective, it's like, eh. Is that even any time at all? I mean, I have, like, very little clue about the game. I play it, but there's a ton of abilities and interactions that I'm just completely in the dark about. And I kind of appreciate that it's like that, to be honest. Like, sometimes, you know, it's fun to just be like, yeah, like, I'm not sure how all this stuff works. And maybe that's fine. Maybe I don't have to care that much. Yeah, I mean, Ion Thruster is still pretty good. It's a lightsaber, dude. You can't really mess it up. The concept is bound to be good. I've really only ever played KF2 in, like, a competitive sort of environment, but I did do a fair amount of PCW in Counter-Strike Source back in the day. I'm not familiar with the PCW, to be honest. But yeah, a lot of people did competitive Counter-Strike in some capacity, which kind of makes sense. I mean, the game is so huge. And, I mean, Global Offensive is still going, right? And it has a really nice competitive scene. I really like Practice Clan Wars. Ah, I see. I wasn't aware of the term. I mean, hey, that's fun. That's fun, basically. Oh, we can actually, like, just top ourselves up here. I mean, we should. Don't press reload with the Ion Thruster. I think when you get, like, super good at a game, that can be, you know, one way to enjoy it, but there's something to just playing a game and kind of accepting your skill level and not really focusing on getting better. Like, if it happens, it happens, and if it doesn't, you're just like, eh, okay. I did play with some of the best in my country back then, but never joined the scene myself. I mean, that's kind of cool. I had, like, something similar in the few, like, scrims that I played, where I remember that I ran into, I think, one of the best, like, well, he wasn't the best, but he was on, like, the top 100 leaderboard for soldiers, I think. And that was, like, actually pretty sweet. Like, I was like, dude, like, I'm fighting, like, a certified pro almost. It kind of, you know, makes you feel important, I guess, even if he is just kicking your ass. But yeah, like, I would say that sometimes, you know, you just want to play a game and be like, yeah, I'm you know, if I get good, then I get good. And if it never happens, that's fine. I'm kind of, like, holding my, my charge attack, but I'm not sure why. I guess, like, now it's... Because my original thought was maybe I'll keep it until the shield phase or after the shield phase. But, I don't know. Because I thought maybe we would build, like, 2, I suppose. But I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, we went on the little box here. That's unfortunate. I guess we can, like, try to do that. Now, I didn't think we would have enough damage to burst him down with that, but a man can dream, I suppose. It's so nice of me that I bought an actual ranged weapon that I'm not going to use in this boss fight. Yeah, it did feel kind of good going around a corner and then beating the #1 in your country. Oh, bro, like, my positioning is awful in this fight. I mean, that's kind of the thing in every game. Like, usually, you know, there can be a situation where you can beat the other person even if they are, like, better than you. I mean, I maintain that every single game attempts to do that, because if you make it just come down to skill, then you're gonna have a lot of people, like, get bored really fast. Because in a purely skill-dictated environment, like, eventually you get sick of being beaten. This has been, like, a big life lesson for me. I used to be, like, a very, I don't know, holier-than-thou, like, merit-based individual, I guess, in a lot of ways, where I play, like, war games, for example, and I did, like, I opened a store, and I was, you know, like, teaching people how to play games and playing games with people, essentially. That wasn't, like, I was basically selling stuff, but I also, you know, used the store as a community space. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I had this somewhat, I mean, no, it is actually holier-than-thou in terms of attitude. So I didn't ever want to throw a game. Like, it didn't matter to me if someone was completely new to the game. I didn't go all out. I didn't, like, completely crush them, but I didn't deliberately ever go, like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, like, make all the shittiest decisions just to guarantee that they win. I never wanted to do that. And as a consequence, there was a time when I did that, and it was, like, a huge, huge thing that, like, ate me up inside after. This was in, like, year 2 of running the store, because I was, like, I abandoned my, I guess, like, values, you know? And it's kind of a dumb thing, to be honest. Like, in hindsight, I think it was totally stupid of me to think so much about it in the first place and care that much about, well, for one thing, just a game that for someone else is significantly more important than me. And the other thing is, it turns out that in nature, in general, there's many, many studies about various animals. And I mean, you know, a lot of people will just say, like, oh, we're not, you know, animals anymore. We have, like, a different type of society. But at the same time, I don't think you can completely ignore your nature. But apparently, for example, with wolves, what ends up happening, and the same thing happens with rats as well, when the little, like, you know, little rats and little wolves are play fighting, if one rat is constantly winning, then basically they're going to run out of, like, other animals to play fight with. So there's, like, an actual biological thing in there in every single one of these animals where they sometimes let the other animal win because they know that this is the price they have to pay, so that, you know, they'll basically get other playmates in the future. And that's kind of interesting, and I do kind of feel, in war games at least, especially with, like, small communities, that is something you have to consider. Again, I don't think you necessarily, like, have to throw a game and then, you know, buy your friends or your usual enemies, like, I don't know, loyalty with it, but I do think it is, like, part of it. And I think it kind of applies in video games as well. Like, if a game is properly designed, then it has some kind of way, whether that's, like, a character or a loadout, that is actually easier to use, but not to the point that it will always crush a better player, but at least it gives people that aren't great at the game itself, like, some chance against, you know, proper experienced players. I mean, in TF2, that system was basically the random criticals. And obviously in competitive, you didn't see those, because you could, you know, turn them off in the developer console. And it's a good thing that you could, because they can cause, like, a huge upset. And in competitive, that's not exactly what you're looking for. But in, like, regular games, it's kind of nice, you know? There's a player that's been killing your whole team. Like, you've been killed 15 times by him. Well, maybe not 15, because that's, like, kind of ridiculous. But a lot of times. And then you get a random, like, rocket critical and kill him in one shot. Like, it feels good. It might not feel deserved, but you're probably going to be like, man, I'm so glad that he's dead. And the thing is, it kind of messes with that idea of, you know, player invincibility. Because obviously, you can always coordinate an attack on someone and basically kill him. But it's a lot harder to do than just getting lucky. And so I think a lot of people, you know, once they see someone on a rampage, it's very, very difficult to understand that you do in fact have a chance against them. It's one of those, you know, like, action hero moments, if you will. I think it's in the original Predator, is the quote, you know, like, if it bleeds, we can kill it. It's kind of like that. There might be a guy, like, stomping you in, but at the same time, you see him, like, take a fall one time, and you're like, alright, maybe we do have a chance. I think the most important part about those easier playstyles is that they don't feel horrible to die by. Yeah, that's like, super important. Ideally, you want to make the more skillful stuff definitely more interesting to play, so that eventually people want to, like, move towards it. Maybe make it flashier, make the skins look cooler or whatever, but you want to give some incentive, I think, for people to not always play the easy mode, essentially. I think the random crits are poor implementation because it's entirely luck-based, so it feels horrible to be the one killed by it. And normally I would agree with you, but the thing is, it's not completely luck-based. Like, you have a flat critical rate. I can't remember now for the life of me how much it is. I think it's 5% for regular guns, and for melee weapons it was 15%, I think, but I could be wrong. But the thing is, better players on random crit servers are still going to stomp, because the way it works is your critical hit rate goes up based on the amount of damage that you've dealt over the last, like, 30 seconds. And I think for melee weapons, it tops up at around 75% if you've dealt, like, 1200 damage. And I think for guns, it goes to about 20% at most, with the same number, like the same amount of damage dealt in the last 30 seconds. So if you're on the rampage, you are also going to be getting a lot more random critical hits, at least on those servers in TF2, which was always kind of interesting. Of course, yeah, like, a lot of weapons only need one of those 5% critical hits to actually kill you, if they hit you. Stuff like a soldier's rocket launcher, yeah, that's like 450 damage if you get, like, completely, you know, direct hitted by it. And there's no damage fall off on the crits as well, which, you know, can sometimes alter the battle in a little bit, because TF2 has, like, massive damage fall off over range, forcing people to go into mid-range, which I think is pretty, like, it's a good idea overall. And it kind of puts less pressure on map designers, which I think is a good idea as well, because if you're going to have community map makers, then it's good that they don't have to worry about, like, massive sightlines. You still have to consider, like, you know, oh, snipers are going to have an advantage on this map or not, but at the same time, it's kind of good that you don't run into situations where it's like, oh yeah, this is, like, this map just turns into, like, use assault rifles from one end of the map to the other. 5% is pretty high rate for automatics. It would be, but again, the automatics worked a little differently most of the time. Although I think if I tell you how the automatics work, you're also going to shit your pants, because it's not like you don't get a crit shot on one. With the automatics, I think the way it worked is you got the critical, and then I think for 2 seconds you were shooting critical shots. Which meant, for example, heavy weapons guy was insane, because you got one random crit and you were going crazy with it. And, I mean, you had, like, 700 damage at close range at that point, so you were chewing up, like, the whole team, potentially. But that's kind of what I mean, like, TF2 was definitely a more arcadey experience, and turns out, back in the day, like, 45,000 people, you know, were playing it when I was active. The number's even higher now, but we don't know what percentage of that is actually bots. But still, it proved to be pretty popular. And I mean, Overwatch doesn't have the random criticals right now, for example, but it definitely has a ton of various characters that are kind of easier to play, for sure. I mean, I'm one to talk. I play Winston, for example, because I just enjoy the fact that you can move around so much as a tank. But you don't have to aim as Winston. Like, literally, your primary fire, you don't have to aim that shit. Your secondary fire, yeah, but it's flick aim, which I would say is potentially easier than track aim. I mean, it depends on the actual recoil mechanics of the game, obviously, which Overwatch, again, is a weird game in that regard, because some guns have recoil, some guns don't. I would say, generally speaking, there is no recoil. So, like, your track aim is just how good your tracking is. Whereas in Killing Floor, you do have, like, some, not much, but some recoil. And I mean, Counter-Strike is a whole nother story. I mean, knowing the recoil pattern is an entirely different skill set in that game, for example. I think it's the Counter-Strike system that ended up becoming the most popular, I want to say, but I don't have the data for it because I don't play like many contemporary shooters. These are the sharpshooter Z-time skills for reference here. So in KF2, Z-time has an innate 10-second cooldown, after which it can start again. Sharpshooter Z-time skills provide 5% chance to start a Z-time on headshot. Excuse me, I'll clear these guys out. Any headshot, not just kills, with one sharp, you'll have Z-time every 15 seconds on average. Yeah, like that's why. What is the ability called? I'm not even sure, but yeah, it is like arguably, well, not even arguably, it is the best like capstone ability in the game for the reasons you mentioned. Because Z-time is so useful even without all the abilities that the various perks get, and then it becomes even crazier. But I mean, I think at the highest level, Killing Floor is almost all about the Z-time. Like getting it basically, setting it up and then reaping the benefits. Which is why in like a team setting it's so important to let the sharpshooter get those kills. Yeah, we got the random like thing here, but I'm just gonna grenade the fleshbound, to be honest. Yeah, I think, but one of them is better than the other, right? I don't think I have either. I don't think if I leveled up Sharp, I think I Prestige, and it was such a long time ago that I can't remember. But I remember that it's not really a contest. That is one complaint I have for this game in general, where the Z-time abilities feel very badly balanced. Like, oftentimes you have a clear winner. Kind of happy with their grenade headshot, not gonna lie. I mean, I guess I could also, well, I could check, but I don't want to from here. Well, we should actually pick, like, something. I mean, this is just going to make us even more expensive, but so will this. Kind of, like, prepared for now, I guess. Health and armor is good, too, but I don't know. Does this affect grenades, I wonder? I guess we will be able to check in a second. The meta team comp is 2 Sharp, 2 Gunslingers, 1 Commando, 1 Medic. Sharp's for Z-time Commando to keep it going. Gunslinger support out all the damage. Yeah, I mean, stands to reason. We did pick up a revolver. I thought we did before. We do have more grenades with this, which I kind of like, although I don't tend to run out of them, but it makes me feel more secure, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, people will always find the most optimized way to play a game, and I think that's fine if that's what you're looking for, obviously. And I mean, if you're going to be pushing to the top of any game, you have to. So yeah, you're right, at the highest level of play, the game almost entirely revolves around Z-time. But it makes perfect sense because, I mean, it is also the Killing Floor mechanic when you think about it. Like, sure, it's just bullet time, but it's been in the game since the mod, I believe. Killing Floor 1 had, like, a pretty huge focus on it, and Killing Floor 2 with the Z-time abilities really, like, up the ante. And it is really cool, let's be, like, completely honest. Fucking, you know, slowing down time is pretty sweet in any game. It makes you feel, like, absolutely powerful. You're you know, stronger than, like, one of the laws of physics, man. Oh no, he has a GAT as well. Let me like just run into his waiting arms. Oh no, normally he follows up with the kick. I'm surprised. Surprised that he didn't that time. He's not in a kicky mood tonight, apparently. I don't think we're gonna get him. We're too much of a lil baby right now. I'll just grab ammo. Yeah, it makes sense. It's a pretty cool signature mechanic. All the perks are significantly stronger in Z-time. Yeah, I do think that maybe it's an oversight for this game that you have to be so reliant on a sharpshooter to trigger it, like, consistently. But I get it, though, because this also means that they can kind of make all the abilities, you know, the Z-time related abilities absolutely insane. But I guess that's also something I was talking about, though, where it feels a little inconsistent. Like, some of those Z-time abilities are, like, a little meh, you know? They're not that crazy with it. They're just like, okay. Oh, we dodged it. Do I just like I don't think this does much to him, right? It's just a little bit of poison. Although the damage on this grenade rifle is still like quite good too. These pillars, man. They really ought to rename the game because it's actually not about the floor. It's all about the pillars. It's about any obstruction. I kind of thought his tongue would get like his belly tongue would get caught on the ruin there. Went through the rebar. Yeah, the damage on the medic weapon is insane. Like, look at that. If he keeps going like just that way, we might even get him. Yup. Okay, I feel bad about that, but I mean, come on. He had many corners to turn around. Like, please take cover. It's the only thing that saves me from your attacks. If it wasn't, then the perk would be rather pointless, to be honest. That's true. I mean, Sharpshooter is one of those weird ones, yeah, where that's like the thing it enables. But other than that, in a horde-based shooter, being a sniper is definitely weird. I mean, you know, you kill the big zeds, but still, there's usually less of those than other stuff. Same goes for the extensions that Commando gets. If Commando didn't have that, then it would genuinely just be worse SWAT. Also true. I mean, I cannot argue that. They kind of need it. Like, I definitely am not saying they should get rid of Zed time, because that would just be silly. I think it's a cool mechanic. I think it absolutely works the way it's implemented. And I mean, you know, you always have a chance of triggering it. It's just, what is it, like a 2% chance on every other perk, basically, when you get, like, a kill. And you basically have, like, a timer on it as well, so, well, a cooldown, if you will, but... Do I want to play support on this? I guess we could. Let's get it out of the way. Now let's do demo instead. I'm feeling just even more... Let's have an even easier time. It's dependent on the action, really. Yeah, I mean, I think it's headshots that have like a 2 or 5% chance. I can't remember.
You are here to clean out zeds.
Oh boy, it's a collectible. The
The
Fury of the Bells. That's such an easy song title to corrupt. The Fury of the Balls, am I right?
Did you move?
I guess these maps are gonna be, you know, coming into fashion soon. Now that Halloween is over, next best thing is going to be Christmas. Every store has already put up the Christmas decoration. I mean, people are ranting and raving about it on Twitter, like, oh god, I can't believe it, it's only November, but all the Christmas songs. I gotta be honest though, I feel like they ran that meme into the ground in record time. The Mariah Carey memes, like, I wouldn't say that they were fun when they started coming out, but by God, it took all of like 14 hours for the internet to ruin that, and it wasn't even a good joke. More or less every action has a chance to start a Zed time. The highest chances pertain to player death or Zed on Zed kills. I didn't know that the Zed on Zed kills had like a higher chance actually to trigger that. That's interesting. The player death I have noticed before, but infrequently. I mean, hey, I guess, you know, if you die, you get, like, your team gets a second chance, at least in some capacity. Although, if you're running for your life, I don't know how much of a help it is, but hey, you never know. Yeah, I'm just gonna go Tommy Boom, dude. Again, I'm just here for the easy stuff. And we will be skipping, because imagine waiting, like, 14 seconds. Are you crazy? Yoink. Still got that armor, though. I don't actually know if there's any news about Killing Floor 3, but other than like, oh, they started developing it. I guess in this case, maybe no news is good news. You never know. I am curious, like, what the game is gonna end up being like once it ends up, you know, at least like being developed. Because I don't even, I mean, they have started development as far as I know, but Lord knows what it's actually gonna be like. Zero news thus far. Like I said, I mean, that might be okay, all things considered, because I don't know, dude. Like, I feel like anything they're going to say about the game is going to be met with like a lot of criticism, which is understandable because, you know, like, people have strong opinions about this game. Let's start by just hoping that Killing Floor 2 doesn't continue to get updates into 2023. Honestly, at this point, I would be okay if they just stopped supporting it. There's plenty of stuff to do in the game, and people have already gotten their money's worth, to be honest. Like, and I say this as someone that, you know, joined the community, if you will, if you want to refer to it like that, in the last like 2 years, like I still have plenty of stuff that I could do. So I don't exactly need more stuff to be added. And I paid for both of the Armory season passes. I paid for the digital deluxe. I didn't pay for the base game, for example, but I'm pretty sure they got more money out of me than if I had purchased the base game back in the day with all the stuff that I spent like later. And I don't regret it, to be honest. Like I had a fun time with this game, and I still continue to enjoy it. It has its faults, but it's good enough, I suppose. We're going to be extremely boring, as we usually are, but hey, who cares? I just don't want them to fuck the game up further. Yeah, I mean, every update they do break something, and every time they break something, it breaks my heart. Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, like, you've been playing the game for far longer than I have, so for you, like, there's an emotional attachment to not just the mechanics, but the game itself, and it's kind of like you're seeing, you know, like, someone you used to love be paraded around in, like, a morbid way, I feel like, with most of the updates. For me, the updates are still kind of like, you know, they're kind of interesting, but I also don't really care much for them. Especially, like, the seasonal stuff. The seasonal stuff, I'm just like, it gets me, like, some objectives to do, but I feel like a year ago when they were doing the seasonal updates, they were a little braver. They were still making some seasonal objectives that were, I wouldn't say difficult to do, but, you know, like, it was something of a challenge, I suppose. And now I feel like they just add grindy stuff. Like, they're not even really trying... They don't want people to be upset at the game. But at the same time, they don't want to just give people content for free. Even if that content is, like, one skin, which is, again, kind of weird. Dude, for a whole year, the Gunslinger Grenade was just a beefed-up flashbang. For a year, it just got fixed with the Halloween update this year. I think that might explain why I used to think that the Gunslinger's Grenade was so shit. I genuinely thought that was a balancing thing. Like, I'll be completely real with you, I never knew the original grenade, and I use Gunslinger grenades so infrequently that I genuinely thought that it was supposed to be super fucking weak because the rest of the perk was super strong. And you could basically escape any situation alive because, you know, your Gunslinger, you get movement speed, you just hit fire for days, kill everything. So, like, they had me fooled. I totally thought that was, like, an intended feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature. I mean, that's insane. But hey, again, I don't even read the patch notes. For someone that used to be very, very, like, anal about everything that I played, and to the point that I would, like, memorize damage numbers and all this other shit, I care a lot less about the games that I play now. And I guess I could maybe phrase it like, oh, this is the streamer personality that I have, but I think I just changed a little bit over the years. Like, even, this is kind of, like, true for all of the hobbies that I have. I used to know, like, every single rule for every single war game, to the point that it was scary for my friends, because I would know their factions better than they knew theirs. And I mean, that's not upsetting, but it is a little bit strange when you're playing against someone and they know by heart which page your rules are, and I can tell immediately that they messed something up because I know how the page looks like and where the rule is. The Gunslinger Grenade is weak, it's meant to be, but for the past year it's been super strong. Oh, okay. I mean, hey, that's something. But yeah, for me, my priorities have been a little bit different, I suppose. I'm just like playing for fun. I've accepted that, you know, my attitude when it comes to all sorts of games, whether they're like video games or war games, I don't think are going to allow me to really like have professional success. You know, like I'm never gonna become a pro player at anything. Haven't played anything to that level, and I haven't played anything to that amount of time. And I think at a certain point, maybe I would have been upset over that. Maybe I would have been like, oh no, like, how am I ever gonna be a cool gamer dude? But now I'm just like, I think it's kind of sort of okay. Yeah, I didn't think that won't work, but, you know, man can dream. Basically, like a year ago, they introduced a bug to the game. This bug made the Gunslinger's Nail Bomb apply its stun power twice, meaning that if you just throw one, you were guaranteed to stun everything in a 15-meter radius. Yeah, I remember that. I remember it working like that. And again, I thought that it was supposed to be like a crowd control type thing. That was like my impression when I did play Gunslinger. I was like, okay, so I guess it's less about the damage and more about just, you know, like setting up kills. Which, again, I found a little bit weird, though, because other than it being, like, kind of weak, my impression was, like, well, it's already kind of easy to get headshots with the pistols, so I guess this, like, helps your team? That's totally, like, what I thought. Turns out I was wrong, though. But the crowd control grenades are genuinely the strongest. Oh, yeah, no, like the sharpshooter nade, the freezy grenade, is insane with it. And, I mean, even the flashbang. The flashbang is genuinely probably the best part of the SWAT, let's be real, because if nothing else, it helps the team so much. It's so much easier to kill anything when they don't even have a way of fighting you. Sharp freeze is the best grenade in the game by a mile. Oh yeah, exactly, bro. Like, I think it has, like, the tiniest bit of self-damage for the sharpshooter, but I don't think it's possible to kill yourself with it. But at least it's very difficult to pull it off. I mean, it is insane. Like, the AoE on it is crazy. The length of the freeze is also, like, just incredible. And obviously, it sets up so many kills. I mean, it helps you to stay alive. It also just helps you to kill the stuff that's attacking you. And I mean, the rest of the team can just pick up the slack, too. 20 self-damage, that's surprising. I thought it was something like 5. Because I use it as, like, an oh shit button. And I don't think I've ever died from it. So much ammo on this, like, map right here. You know what? I think we're just gonna boom stay. For a second, I was thinking like, no, we'll be cool and like RPG him, but I'm just, you know, imagine doing that. That would maybe require. I wouldn't call it effort. Like, you know, we are playing Demolitionist. I could be wrong, though. I've never really bothered to check it. Yeah, I think you might be right. It's just like, I don't know, it never matters, again, because you use it and you live, right? It's just one of those grenades where it's like, oh, I popped it. Guess what? I survive. I mean, for some reason, ice mechanics tend to work like that in video games. It kind of reminds me of, what is it, Ice Block in Hearthstone. You know, you would kill the mage, and then they would just get, like, a ton of extra health, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. Cool, I guess you played that card, so you can't die. Whatever, I'm not mad or anything. Oh boy, Lockdown. Maybe I should have saved Demolitionist for this one. Because this one is a very close quarters related map. What did I just knock off my table? I have no idea. We did have a Killing Floor 2 tourney not too long ago, actually. We had one suicide by ice grenade in the whole tourney. In the finals, too, super heartbreaking. Aw, dude, you hate to see that. That must be the most awful. I had like, I wouldn't say something similar because it wasn't as crazy of a setting. But I was, during the last Overwatch 2 stream, we had like one of the games come right down to the wire, and it's the enemy Reinhardt is on the capture point on overtime. All he has to do is survive with his like 2,000 health long enough for his team to get back so that they can keep contesting and maybe winning, because it's literally 1-1. Like, whoever wins this final fight that is right now going on for like a limited amount of time, basically, as long as someone from their team's on it, because we hold it, there's still a chance. And he ends up charging off, leaving the control point, and basically losing the game. Like, he literally threw the game with that one press of a button, essentially. I remember being like, God damn, dude, that must fucking suck so bad. Like you just feel bad about yourself at that point, because you know exactly that you fucked up, but at the same time, you know, like, his intention was probably just to kill, like, get a kill and then still stay on the point, but he just kind of didn't judge the distance properly. They pulled through and won the whole thing, though. I mean, dude, that's like a great story, at least. I don't want to know what their heart rate was at, though, when it happened. Like, I can't imagine they were at a healthy level. That's gonna leave a mark for sure.
So much.
I'm just doing like default shit right now while talking, but I'm having a good time. So what's the Killing Floor 2 tourney scene like? Is it the versus mode essentially? Because I don't think I've played that at all, or is it just like, I don't know, is it related to something else? Like, is it a time trial kind of thing? Do you have teams competing on how fast they can do the level, essentially? Because I could also see that maybe being a thing. Oh, nice, I got hit in slow motion. I've only seen 2 tournaments all in all. I mean, that's 2 more than I have. So out of the 2 of us, I would still feel, you know, quite comfortable calling you the expert in this case, Elmo. It might not be like, you know, fair to say, but still, compared to me, bro, you're a black belt. Flux hosted a speedrun tourney for 10-wave Hell on Earth, and then Tamari hosted a CD tournament. Oh, okay.
Don't get back up.
I wanted to get a collateral with the shotgun, which doesn't really work outside of support, but
Nicely done.
man can dream.
You're a little bloody.
Did they actually, did they stream it on Twitch or some other site? Because if the video's available, I might have a look. I'm kind of curious now that we've been talking about it. Oh, there's a third one currently ongoing on console. I don't know how that one functions. Yeah, that must be a little bit more difficult to organize. Because I can't imagine they have the same kind of tools available as the PC version. Although, I mean, I don't know. I don't think console gets custom maps and stuff, for what it's worth. So if you want to do, like, a specific map, it must be more difficult. Yeah, some of the Tamari tourney videos are available on my Twitch channel, actually. Oh, neat, neat. I'll probably have a look then. Maybe after the stream, because I am a little bit curious.
Hurry up. Zeds are
For a
getting
second, I
closer.
thought I like, fat-fingered it and got the wrong thing, but... I mean, you can't really go wrong with anything on Firebug, let's be real. I'll probably have a look, because I am curious. Like, I wouldn't take part, because once again, like, I don't think I have the necessary skill or the inclination. But I do enjoy esports, just in general. Like, I used to watch a ton, and I do mean, like, a ton of competitive, like, StarCraft 2. I didn't see much of StarCraft 1, and because I wasn't super into it at the time, and I didn't understand a lot of it, I never got, like, super into that, basically. Because I feel like with StarCraft 1, it's a fundamentally different game than StarCraft 2 is. I also watched a fair bit of Counter-Strike, actually, Global Offensive, and I gotta say, like, they have such a good spectator mode that it's insane. If every single game just had as good of a spectator mode as, like, CSGO, I feel like competitive, like, esports would just be so much more widely accepted. Because you get so much information, and it's so fucking intuitive. Like, when those games are being cast, it's so fucking easy to tell what's going on. You see the health numbers, basically, like, you see the health levels, where everyone is, you see, like, the tracers for the grenades. You see all the cool plays, essentially. It's just so neat, and I feel like you could probably learn a thing or two from just watching those games.
Restocked.
Yeah, you can post links. There's an actual YouTube channel for it too, but I'd have to go find that, really. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out for sure.
I suggest you purchase armor.
Like I said, it seems interesting if nothing else. Like, I am curious, you know, how people get on, what the format actually is, and what are, like, some of the factors that matter. You know, what's basically the key indicator for a team doing well.
Make your choices.
But yeah, no, I mean, it's just like every other thing, dude. Like, any game could be played in a competitive way. And if nothing else, you can always make it more challenging for yourself. And that's also the kind of content that I actually enjoy. I've been viewing, like, way fewer videos on YouTube lately. Like, been watching a lot less YouTube because of, like, time reasons. But, I mean, I really love Mitten Squad, for example, and Senza, but goddamn, that man never uploads. He did recently, like, finally release a video after, like, 9 months, for what it's worth. And, I mean, it's all, you know, challenge content. Like, can you beat X game with, like, some stupid stipulation? I didn't think we would get him just with one thing, but, well, less than one clip. But at the same time, this is easy mode, so... I was actually in the commentator booth for some of them. Ooh, nice, nice. I mean, that's kind of sick, man. Did you commentate in English? Because I'm not sure if I know your nationality, and I don't know if this was like a local kind of event, basically, is why I'm asking. But I imagine, yes. I'm leaning 80%, you know, answer yes. I don't know why I switched to the other gun there. It just felt right. It didn't do that much, though.
Did you move?
We also had the community manager at Tripwire in the commentator booth for one of the finals, too. Yeah, official presence is always cool, I feel like. That's really neat that you guys were able to organize that. Maybe not, well, maybe you weren't part of the organizing process, but, you know, the fact that you took part in that, I feel like that's, like, kind of nice. It's something I'd be proud of, for sure. Yeah, it was in English. It's not my native language, but you wouldn't know that if I didn't tell you. I mean, I have the same shit. Like, people accuse me of being American, but actually, I'm like, born and raised European. I'm actually Hungarian. I think on myself I notice sometimes that I mispronounce things, but it's so infrequent. And the big thing that no one wants to tell you about just speaking in general, not just speaking any language, is if you sound confident enough, literally no one cares. I could be out here like dropping and after like every other word. No one would give a shit as long as in between those parts you sound completely and totally confident. Literally, it doesn't fucking matter. Making mistakes doesn't matter. Basically, like, education is really important, but at least in linguistics, they forget to tell you the important bits. Like, just plow on through. Don't give a shit. Because the native speakers sure as hell don't. And they get on just fine, so... It basically does not matter in the slightest. As far as some of the organizing, not the stuff with Tripwire, though. That was Tamari's doing. I mean, everybody has their role to play in these. That makes perfect sense. And I mean, once you get to like a big enough event, you kind of have to share the load, you know? I usually, like, for me, the organizing stuff that I did was more local wargaming tournaments. It's all King Fleshpound, by the way, tonight, apparently, for the boss fight. But yeah, like, I've organized, I wouldn't say a ton, but like a fair few tournaments for the games that we play. So Warhammer Age of Sigmar, a little bit of 40k, some X-Wing as well. And I basically do it all. Like, I reserve the space. It was a lot easier when I had the store, obviously, because I didn't have to reserve the space if I, you know, held like a small enough event. So that made it very convenient. But I did the, like, you know, the actual event description, any house rules necessary, invitations and whatnot. And I don't mind it. Again, like I said, I think for a small enough event, it's more than fine. Kind of should not have healed right there because it was more important to actually crouch. At the same time, didn't care. Speaking of, the next map released into the game is KF Crash, made by Tamari, so we're all super hyped about that in the CD community. I mean, that's again an achievement. Like, I've never had something like that, but that probably has to do with the fact that I've never made maps like in an official capacity for any game. So it's hard to get content into your favorite games if you don't make the content in the first place. The one time I tried to make some stuff for TF2 with a friend, we decided to make like some just text-based improvements to the game, and we put it up on like the Steam Workshop. And apparently there was some kind of clause at the time. I'm not sure if it still exists, but either way, apparently enough people reported the content because it wasn't actually, you know, like, it wasn't a model that we made, it wasn't like a variant skin or whatever, it was just like text recommendations basically, but we didn't see any other better way to make the recommendation visible. And so it ended up being removed, like, kind of shadow banned from the TF2 Steam, like, community page, basically. It's kind of weird. I'm pretty sure if you look on my Steam profile, it's still there. Like, I still have, I think, 1 or 2 Steam Workshop items. But you click on it, and it won't show you. But it shows you, like, on my profile that I have, like, some Workshop items. It's fucking strange. But, I mean, hey, Valve, dude. Like, Steam is probably held together by just duct tape and chewing gum at this point. Let's do support on here. I'm just, like, randomly picking stuff. I'm super bad at anything related to this sort of content creation. The most I've done is talk to one of my friends into putting a room on his map. I'm much the same, but you know, people say the world needs idea guys. And it's so funny because a lot of the biggest developers, or the people that are treated like developers nowadays, are actually just idea guys. And I mean, you know, this is again a hot take opinion, but Hideo Kojima, I think he knows how to program because, you know, he obviously had to. He started off probably as a code monkey at some point, but I don't think he's involved in any coding, and I don't think he has been involved in any coding for probably at least a decade now. It's just the man has, like, great ideas, and then he knows how to organize a team so that his vision can be brought into the world, which is a skill all of its own. Like, I'm not trying to downplay it. Not everyone could do that. Everyone has really good ideas, but it takes a special kind of person to express that idea to a group of people, get them, like, hype, and then get them on board the project, and then see it through, and maybe, like, put everyone in the right spot as well. So that's, like, tough. That's tough to do. I'm the worst kind of idea guy. I made my friend add some bait to his map. I mean, hey, sometimes you just want to have some fun, you know? Sometimes you just want to see the world burn, I guess. Out of bounds, you have 2 high-tier weapons at a door that prompts you to pay 2k dosh when you go up to it, but paying it doesn't do anything but despawn the OOB weapons. Nice. I mean, hey, I think that's good though. I would enjoy that because it's one of those learning experiences.
Some things never change.
Like it's content. It's content for sure. You engage one time with that door, and you're gonna remember that for a long time. I do love the music on this map. It's just, and I mean the whole map's kind of sick with it. The balloons are especially nice. I like the idea. I'd be lying if I said that I'm not proud of that door, as you should be. Like that's just a good door. And like I said, at the end of the day, whenever you make something, you know, I think it's a very human thing to want to have a legacy, you know, something for people to remember you by. And even if maybe most people won't know that it was your idea, but you know that really fucking annoying, weird, glitched door, or at least the door that people think is glitched, that was your idea. Perhaps some people have, you know, more moral visions for the world that they live in, and they have high and mighty ideas about the kind of stuff they want to leave behind, but I say it's a good legacy. Having a trolley door in a video game is pretty fucking good. If I'm gonna have any kind of legacy, I would want it to be in like a video game, even if it means that probably after like 5 to 10 years it's gonna become inaccessible because of compatibility issues. It's still, I think, one of the coolest ways to have someone, like, I don't know, immortalized in some capacity, I guess. I get the problems though. For example, like I played quite a bit of Awesomeness back in the day. And one of the big reasons, well, I think the only reason the game took off in any meaningful capacity was because Total Biscuit, back in the day, had it on his WTF Is series. And I think the community grew like 20, you know, it grew to like 20 size, its normal size, as a consequence of being featured on that show. So what they decided to do was they got him and a couple of his friends into the game. They designed characters for them, basically, like specifically for these people, and they had them, you know, voice act for these characters as well. So you have like a character in that game, Vinny and Spike, who's actually a really fun character to play, one of the cool like assassin characters, basically. But the thing is, and I understand the issue with this, is now that Total Biscuit is obviously gone, and again, rest in peace, you can't really do any voice acting for the character. Now at the same time, they basically stopped supporting the game in any capacity, so I don't think they were going to be adding anything to the game anyway, but even if they wanted to, they couldn't. Well, I mean, the official Killing Floor Twitter and Facebook pages both posted my name here twice each, so I'm pretty happy with the hand I've handed the greatest scope of the game. Yeah, like, as you should be. Like, that's cool. You've done something. Even if the game ends up dying someday and people forget about it, that's still something you get to tell, like, people that you know. You'll be that cool uncle / grandpa that's like, you know, your kids are gonna hate it when you tell them for the 50th time, like, yeah, you know, I used to be pretty cool. There's this map in this video game that has a room that I came up with. They're gonna be like, Grandpa, like, come on, it's time to take your medicine. It's time to go to bed, Grandpa. Let's get you home. It's just like that meme, you know, back in the day, I used to be quite PogChamp. I hope everyone is admiring the restraint that I have here, because I could have bought the blunderbuss already, but I decided to go for the M4. And I'm actually, you know, playing the first-person shooter, not the first-person exploder that I could be playing. I mean, M4 is still really fun, though, so... If anything, this isn't exactly a complaint. We did get the siren, right? Looks like we did. Neat. I don't think I've had... I remember that sentence the day. You know, back in the day, I used to be quite PogChamp. I think someone made, like, a meme of that with some, like, content creators. Or maybe I've just been incepted into thinking that. I have, like, the Streisand effect with some stuff like that. I swear to God, there's you know, if anybody still remembers, like, LMFAO, that band, the party rock guys, they ended up splitting because I think, what was it, Sky Blue was the name of one of the guys. He ended up, like, not wanting to make music anymore, essentially. But the other dude, Red Foo, is still going, as far as I know. And a couple years back, he made a song called Booty Man. And for some reason, I have this vivid memory that is absolutely incorrect, by the way. Like, I cannot imagine that this is actually correct, but I refuse to look it up. For some reason, I remember that they had an interview with him on Good Mythical Morning with Rhett and Link, where he discussed the story of the song's creation. And apparently the only reason that song even exists is because he was in, like, a committed relationship when he was working on the album originally. But his girlfriend ended up cheating on him. They were, like, in the middle of working on a really cool romantic song. And he got cheated on, basically, and got, like, really upset, obviously, for understandable reasons, might I add. So immediately, instead of, like, finishing the romantic song, he was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna make Booty Man instead. And it doesn't make sense, right? Because, I mean, Good Mythical Morning is kind of a... It's kind of, you know, like a normie show. Like, I love Rhett and Link, don't get me wrong, but they don't exactly feature, like, a man dancing with, like, what is it, 15, like, giant-ass women? Because that's the music video. But, I mean, the fucking song is called Booty Man. Like, what did anybody expect? So it seems incredibly unlikely that that's, like, actually where I saw that interview. But I definitely remember that that's where I saw it. I have no idea if it has any sort of validity.
Watch out.
But I also refuse to check, because I can claim blissful ignorance right now, and I can pretend. I can absolutely pretend that is in fact where the interview was made. It is like a banger of a song, by the way. Like, no lie, it goes pretty hard. It's a dumb song, but it's a guilty pleasure is the way I would describe it, for sure. I think guilty pleasure songs are okay. I mean, hey, there's guilty pleasure artists. Like I actually unironically listen to Andrew WK, and the man is an absolute weirdo. But by God, especially some of his newer stuff, it goes hard, man. I mean, all of his stuff actually kind of goes hard, in all honesty. But I guess the newer stuff sounds a little bit more serious than what he used to do. And even his newer stuff still doesn't make any fucking sense. But it's not like the Frank Zappa level of insanity. That's like, it's probably too smart for me to understand. Like, Andrew WK is just like, this is really dumb but very fun. And I respect it immensely as a consequence. Oh no. He struck me! Well, I mean, he's dead. I do love this fucking blunderbuss so much. It's just good old-fashioned fun. Yeah, a lot of quarter pounds, huh? Let's just, like, clear up this guy. I guess if we want to be true gamers, what we would do is maybe use the M4 for this lad with the headshots. Because I think it's not that many shots to take him down. Man, I love the Hans announcer on this map. It's just so funny. He got the best lines out of everyone in the whole game. And when he calls me a little piggy, that's just a neuron activation moment. I won't deny it. We don't kink shame here, like, so please don't make fun of me. I usually, like, strap on something else here as well, but what if we didn't do that? What if I just upgraded 2 guns and had, like, five weight that I wasn't doing anything with? And then picked up, yes, the varmint rifle. Absolutely the weapon you want to have for a boss fight. As a support. I could have gone back and sold it, but, it's quite far away.
10 seconds, piggies, 10 seconds!
I think Monster Ball might be, like, up there for me with my favorite maps. It just looks neat. I guess it's very Halloween themed, but hey, Halloween is fun. I'm kind of happy, even if culturally it doesn't make a lot of sense for Halloween to be, like, in Europe, to be part of the European tradition. But at the same time, I'm kind of happy that it's gaining some ground here. Because I do think that it's way more fun than the European tradition of, oh, just respect your dead, basically, and take some flowers to the cemetery. I get that that is the tradition, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know, dude. Like, the Americans do it better. People have more fun with Halloween. And I'm all for respecting the dead, but can us living people have some fun too, maybe? Or is that just not allowed?
There are
Sometimes, especially in Hungary, I get the feeling we're like a death cult in the making. Oh, we actually took off her cannon. That usually doesn't happen. Kind of happy that we accidentally did that, though. Because we were getting absolutely shellacked by all the ranged attacks. Oh, we didn't like push her into the last phase yet. Alright, I mean now she's getting like headshot. Oops. She's dead. She's just gone once again. I gotta say I like the little like Rambo headband that I have on with this character. I mean, hey, that was kind of fun, but I think it's mostly because of this map. You can't not have fun on Monster Ball. It cannot happen. Now, Moonbase on the other hand. Did I end up playing Moonbase? I think I did, but let's play it anyway. I think I might have played it during like the last stream. Seems to ring a bell. I know I did Netherhold for sure, because I was complaining about how it's kind of like nasty in certain locations. What's Gunslinger like on this map? Let's figure it out, because I can't remember the last time I played it on here. Some of the vibes on this map are kind of neat though, like the old-timey, well not old-timey I guess, but like classic cinema style space station is kind of refreshing to see, instead of, you know, the sci-fi, like hard sci-fi shit that tends to be done in more movies and media these days. Get the fast reload. Oh yeah. I don't know why, but that just feels good to do. They're coming out of the goddamn walls, or in this case, the floor. Did you ever stop to think that maybe the floor is just another wall? I'm totally not just saying that so that my stream title relates more to this game. Look, I gotta be honest with you, I have a problem. I'm running out of like relatively badass lyrics to use as my stream titles. Like, I want to make musical references, like lyrical references, and at this point, I've used up some of the best already. So I think we're gonna have to, you know, start scraping the bottom of the barrel and like go deeper into Disturbed lyrics and all the other shite. Don't get me wrong, Disturbed is fine, but like lyrically, let's just say they're not exactly the strongest. I mean, half of it is scat, which is okay, but well, scatting I guess would be a more accurate way of describing it, but it's not particularly inspiring. It's just fun music though, if anything else. I was gonna say at least one of those should have been a headshot, and by should I mean I can't aim, but I demand, you know, accuracy from the game, not myself. Eventually I think I'm gonna have to figure out a different model for titling the streams, but right now I'm just doing me. I'm just trying to make song references wherever possible. I think the only time I didn't was when I did the TED Talk. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. It was a lot easier with Nightmare Reaper, let me tell you. There are so many songs that, you know, that reference nightmares in some capacity. I don't really know what I want in life in general, but right now, in terms of guns, I guess it is the big one. Yeah, I still don't know. I'm looking at all of this, and it's just too much.
Hurry up.
Give me Spitfires, I guess. I don't want to think. I don't want to use my brain ever, but especially not right now. We're just gonna go flare revolvers. I feel like we'll go to a different room though. This one isn't bad, but oh boy, we got a free 9mm pistol. Are you crazy? That's money in this economy. How did we not get hit by you? I'm just asking, like, genuinely. Oh man, the pro gamer dodges. I mean, that time I deserved to not get hit. I actually, you know, pressed the space bar. Yeah, they go up in this like part of the map for some reason, right? Or at least they kind of used to. Was there another like hallway where for some reason it seemed like gravity was inverted? Was that just a bug when the map was released? I can't remember. Let's just like abuse this hallway for the time being. Yeah, put a sock in it, dude. You ever think that Gore Fiends like probably think very highly of themselves for doing all of the crazy like spin attacks? And all the other Zeds are like, yeah, stop it, man. Just fucking eat the guy. Like, you don't have to fucking get extra style points. You just gotta kill him and eat him. It's not exactly rocket science. Like, stop. Just go in, slice his head off like a normal person, man. I do wonder what their personalities would be like if you could talk to the Zeds. You know, it's that old chestnut from, I think, original Doom, the 90s Doom, of like, what if you could talk to the demons? I think the Cyber Demon would just, like, shout obscenities at you. I don't think it would be a particularly interesting conversation. Like, some people might expect, I don't know, like a giant dialogue tree of some kind, but I think, well, maybe the Flesh Pounds would be worse. Like, I think the Flesh Pounds would just have turrets, you know, like, shit, ass, kill, murder, fuck. That would be the conversation options with the Flesh Pound. The best part would be someone should make that a mod, though. If you would still just have, like, the classic options, the classic RPG options, such as, like, tell me more about shit fucking damn. That's how you know you're in an RPG, when that's, like, an option in dialogue. When you can be like, tell me more about X. And you always have that as an option. They've been trying to make it better, I think, in recent games. They try to a little bit at least hide it, like hide the inquiry a little bit, so it doesn't seem as out of left field. But sometimes it's still literally like someone says a key phrase and you can just be like, oh yeah, like please play some more dialogue about that. I need to update my quest log. Although, to be fair, I haven't played many RPGs in recent years. I know everyone's, you know, crazy about Witcher 3 still. I'm sure it's a good game, but I don't know, dude. I was never that crazy about The Witcher. Neither about the show nor the actual, like, games. They had, like, a fair bit of difference in all of the games, though, if I remember. I played Witcher 1, but I think I encountered, like, a game-breaking bug. I can't remember if my save file got corrupted or not. I want to say that it did get corrupted. Oh, we should try to, like, win about you. Man, I thought maybe we would freeze him, but I might have to aim for that, turns out. There's, like, this thing in my brain for some reason that fire is good against robotic enemies, even though that's not the case in this game. It is the case in Deep Rock Galactic, but we're not playing that, are we? Yeah, I don't really understand what happened there, but I guess we killed them all.
You need medical attention.
But yeah, Killing Floor 2 RPG mod instead of Witcher 3. I mean, I would actually play it. But only look, I'll give one condition. So like this is how you get me in the door. I will only play the RPG, the classic, well, maybe not classic, but like the Fallout RPG version of Killing Floor 2. If you get me an optional boss fight against Kevin Claimley, but it's all speech choices, and it's only available if you get 100 speech, like in Fallout New Vegas, and you pick the right things. That's like how you get me in the door. You have to at least have that, and if you don't, then I can't. I'm not allowed to play it. I'm a big New Vegas stan, and I think that just gets you like free internet points everywhere nowadays. I feel like most people have accepted that, like, that game was just crazy good. And I mean, I don't blame him. Like, shit's crazy, man. I did play a fair bit of Fallout 4 as well, but I think for me, Fallout 4 was a lot like Diablo 3. The love that I had for it had nothing to do with the setting. It had nothing to do with the story. In fact, the story is, like, almost abysmally bad in my opinion. But the mechanics of the game, the actual thing that you play, essentially is good. Like, I'll blow your mind right here, but again, I think we established that not only am I crazy, but I have some definite, like, brain damage. But when I was playing Fallout 4, I want to say, like, 100 Radiant quests for the Minutemen, no less. I did as much as the game would let me. I saved all the settlements, and not because I cared about being a goody two-shoes, but the thing is, the Minutemen send you on all sorts of rescue missions, and that's just, like, free combat against raiders, basically. And I just enjoyed, like, fighting raiders, dude. So instead of, like, having to go out and remember what places I'd cleared out, and then, you know, like, going back in after waiting 3 days after stuff has respawned, I was just like, bro, just send me out on a mission. Are we in the zone here? This is, like, a really bad area, by the way. We are, like, jumping on everybody's head, apparently. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I did just about 100 of those fucking missions. Which is, like, insane. But what can I say, man? I know what I'm into. And apparently what I'm into is just combat. I also remember telling people that, like, the folks that I did rescue in-universe probably had a really weird fucking experience, right? Because what ended up happening, I played a melee-based character who actually, I stole the Grognak costume from the comic book store in downtown Boston. I also turn him into a cannibal. That's like a thing I do in every single Fallout game whenever possible, to the point that the people that know me are convinced that if the world ends, I'll just literally, like, become a cannibal. Folks are just like, yeah, like, they won't even be surprised. And I don't think I'm actually interested in cannibalism. It just seems like a cool thing to do in a video game, you know? It's subversive. And I mean, I find it useful as well. Like, you know, if you can eat your enemies for free health, like, come on now, what's not to love? I don't have to waste money on medkits, are you crazy? That's the best thing there is. But either way, so I'm essentially a very atypical good guy. I eat corpses and I hit people over the head with like a giant mallet, basically. So imagine being like a fucking hostage in some bandit camp. You're scared that they're going to rape and eat you, just like they do with everybody else. But they actually are holding you for ransom, so there's still some hope. And then you hear the door to the dungeon, if you will, unlock, and a man in welding glasses and like a shitty knockoff barbarian costume runs in, bare-chested with a giant fucking hammer in his hand, bullets bouncing off of his pectoral muscles because of the damage resistance that I've built into my character. He systematically murders everyone in the room except you, and turns them into literal chunks, eats most of them, essentially, and then unties you and sends you on your merry way. Like, I feel like that's a near-death experience. Probably that's more terrifying than just being held captive by the fucking raiders, right? Like, you're gonna go home and you're gonna be like, bro, like, I'm kinda happy that the raiders got me and that guy rescued me, because if it was that guy capturing me and the raiders trying to get me, I don't think I would have lived. I mean, I gotta be honest though, there's a reason why I really enjoyed the Nuka World DLC, because it actually kind of lets you be a bad guy. A little bit at least. Not like in a big way, but definitely more than in the main game, at least. And my character looked really good and believable when I told, you know, settlers, like, you know, there's a bandit tribe coming to this town, mine. Like, I don't think anybody in universe was surprised. Like, oh yeah, the man that kills his enemies with melee weapons exclusively and eats them is bad. It's like, huh. In other news, water is quite wet these days, huh? My man has like the sickest, you know, smoke placement. CSGO Pro, Hans Volter confirmed. Look at that reload. Did you see that third person reload? My god. But yeah, I was also, I completely independently, without any YouTube video help, realized that if you go to the Institute in Fallout 4 and you kill Father, then what ends up happening is everybody in the Institute turns hostile towards you. Now, that would by itself be something of a problem, just as like a heads up, because there's quite a few NPCs there on that one floor that will immediately try to like murderize you. At the same time, what also ends up happening is I think the game spawns another about 80 synths in the first elevator room and probably another 80 to 100 in the second elevator room, all armed and ready to kill you. So, and I didn't know this at the time when I just killed him. In fact, the way I killed him was completely random, not really an accident because it was quite deliberate. But what I ended up doing was I realized that I had a nuke grenade. And you know how people always complain about Bethesda games having immortal NPCs? And I was just like, hey man, like, can I actually kill Father? Because it seems so unlikely that you'd be able to do that. So I threw the Nuka grenade because I think it was the highest damage weapon in my arsenal at the time. In terms of like single, you know, damage number, basically. And turns out you can indeed kill Father. You absolutely can kill your own son, who is kind of, you know, funnily enough, named Father. It's very ironic. I see what you did there, Bethesda, by the way. And, you know, when you do that, it turns out the whole entire compound decides to want to kill you. And like I said, they spawn like a small army. Now, the funny thing is, I went through and killed all of those synths. I used pretty much all the drugs and alcohol available to my character, which was a lot, by the way. I think I had enough stuff for like a really, really nasty party. Let's put it that way. I went back. I think I did the Minutemen, like, quest line, you know, all the way to the end, basically. Like, I stuck with them at that point. After saving, like, 100 settlements, you're kind of locked in, I guess. At least emotionally. So what ended up happening was you have a completely separate mission at some point where you have to... I think it's actually the final mission, in fact, now that I'm remembering. To storm the Institute, and there's some dialogue, like, saying, like, yeah, but we gotta be careful. They have, like, an actual army of synths. And I'm like, bro, I'm pretty sure I killed all of that. I'm pretty sure the synths are not going to be a problem because they're all fucking dead now. I mean, you know, that depends, I guess, on your definition of alive in the first place. But they definitely don't exist now because I killed, like, almost 200 of them. And I have the fucking laser rifle receipts to prove it. You can ask, like, Arturo in fucking Diamond City. I sold him all the shit. But they still have more. It would have been funny if the game actually remembers that you have gone through the synth army and there's nothing protecting the Institute anymore. Imagine just like father's successor going like, "Ha, I have you now, Minutemen. I shall unleash the synth army." Presses a button. Awkward silence as the silo doors open, and it's just a bunch of like wrecked robots. Some are missing legs, some are missing arms, some are missing their entire heads. And then there's an Institute scientist in back like, "Oh yeah, sir, I forgot to tell you, but last time this man was here, he legitimately destroyed our entire armed force that we've been holding in reserve. We didn't get to that during the Monday meeting. Sorry." It would have made for a fun if awkward moment. I mean, Fallout is kind of a fun game to begin with. I think, you know, it could have fit with the tone, if you ask me.
Let's make sure.
But despite, you know, talking so much about Fallout 4, New Vegas is the best one, and you can't change my mind. I'm that guy sitting in that park next to that table. And the sign says, you know, Fallout New Vegas is the best Fallout game of all time. Change my mind? And you can't change my mind. It's true though, dude. Like, the story is just so good. And even, like, mechanically, it's a decent game, especially for its time. I think Obsidian made a good effort. Better than good, if anything. I guess I could also, like, play New Vegas on stream. Now that I'm thinking about it, that could be something. Although, if I did that, I would want to do some kind of, like, stipulation, kind of like the challenge channels that I mentioned. I mean, Mitten Squad plays a lot of the Fallout games with some kind of channel like some kind of challenge active. So I'm curious if I could do something like that. I don't have the same game knowledge as he does, obviously, because he's literally insane and just knows where every single NPC and every single weapon and everything exists. But then he's a total weirdo, so it makes sense. What do I want to use? I mean, it's a silly question, because most likely it would be Battle Axe. Do we just go for the Blood Sickle since we recently bought it? Yeah, why not? I do like it when we don't have the Extendo mode, and I mean, I guess we can take a look at the Bloodborne skin for it. Because you can tell me that this isn't supposed to be the Bloodborne skin for it, but it definitely is the Bloodborne skin for it. Everybody knows it. We can stop pretending. It's beneath us. I don't know what kind of a challenge I would make, though. I do have, like, a really weird stream idea, which I think I mentioned in a previous stream already. I have, like, some upside-down glasses on the way. Oh, it might be, like, on the other side, by the way, the objective. Oh, no, it's actually here. Sick. But yeah, I ordered some upside-down, like, glasses that kind of, like, invert your vision. And I'm thinking I might do the intended thing with them, because the original idea of this, like, thing, this little board game, if you will, that you buy, is that you just, like, put them on with, like, a friend or two, and you laugh at each other's, like, inability to do anything, essentially, because your brain cannot compute the fact that stuff doesn't look the way that it normally does. And I mean, apparently it fucks with you so much that just doing something as simple as pouring, like, a bottle of water into another bottle of water is almost, like, impossible to do. But I believe in myself that I should be able to play video games with those glasses on, and I'm definitely going to try. I just don't know if I'm going to, you know, try the intended function. Like, I'll do, you know, like a desk stream of some kind, make, like, a different setup and try to, like, pour some water, maybe write my name, stuff like that. Or, like, the holstering animation for this thing apparently is insanely long. Holy Jesus. That's just a nightmare. Let's count that together just for like humor's sake. How long does it take to put this away? 1, 2. That's almost 2 seconds. Holy Christ. Why is it that long? I feel kind of, you know, maybe they went overboard with that one. But yeah, so I'm thinking I might do a Killing Floor stream at a certain point once I get those glasses in, where I play Killing Floor most likely on easy, because you know I won't be able to aim at all. Like, I'm normally pretty bad, but I'm gonna be incredibly bad at that stage. We still have the other one to do as well. I don't even know why I'm doing this, to be honest. It's just I'm compelled for some reason. But yeah, we'll have a stream where I'll try to embarrass myself even more, and I won't even be able to like do anything properly. But I will try to play video games in Australian mode. That's the working title I have for that. I should be like heavy attacking, but I don't like the heavy attack so much. It's weird because the first attack like barely seems to connect with me. I can't tell like how it actually goes. I guess with, you know, the folded version of this, the attack speed is fast enough where it almost doesn't matter. So it's something anyway. But I look forward to doing that. It's going to be interesting either way. I feel like at this point, it's probably only Killing Floor 2 that I have any chance of completing with inverted vision, basically. And also, like, there's a high chance that I'll puke, to be honest. At least with Killing Floor, if I get it right, it's only going to be, like, you know, 10 minutes, basically, for one game. But I have no clue how the hell we're going to actually pull it off. I have a hunch that it's going to feature Firebug, because of how easy it is. So we'll see about that, either way, but that's going to be at the earliest next week. And I mean, I still owe you guys some content in the form of the Deep Rock Galactic song cover. And unfortunately, I don't have any like updates about that. I still have the vocals done, still haven't recorded anything, but it's not that surprising considering that I streamed yesterday, and then today I was working, and then I was here. So I didn't really have any opportunities to change anything about that. I guess we'll take Tez Launcher and upgrade this. Always surprised that you could upgrade it. I don't really want ammo though. Just get like a grenade, maybe some armor. It's fine. Let me hydrate real quick. Yeah, this is like so slow. It looks cooler, but is it cool enough to sacrifice that much attack speed? I don't think so. Oh no, we gotta mess with the water reserves.
It will flush the water, but will take some time to reset. Safety protocols will disable it if any zeds are in the basin. So
Just please be done with your voice line, man. It's too verbose even for me. And you know that like something's wrong when I'm the one saying that. I mean, that's a good Z time, if anything. But this has like quite a bit of stumble power, huh? Really, you spawn all the big Zeds, like, immediately, huh? Well, apparently that's more than fine. If a little frustrating. There we go. I mean, you know, this weapon is like kind of fun. I do think that once you upgrade it, it becomes like a lot better. My hand is just fucking red though. I feel like a doctor should take a look at that. At least in set time, like the color saturation changes look kind of wonky on this skin, don't they? Let me not parry. You know, parry is overpowered. I'm one of those no parry berserker challenge 2022 players. I mean, there were still 2 Zeds in here, but hey, who's counting anyway? But yeah, I don't really have any other like stream ideas right now, so we're probably just gonna like go between a little bit of Overwatch, a little bit of Killing Floor 2, and I mean we might get into Darktide as well. I saw something, I believe on Twitter, that was it the 19th? I don't have like the screenshot saved. Well, not even the screenshot. I don't have the announcement saved, but I think they have like a closed beta thing for people that pre-order in like a few days. Which I don't know if I want to pre-order for that reason alone, but I mean, I could, you know, like actually play the game at that stage and see what it's all about. I haven't checked the specs at all, like the hardware requirements, so I don't know how much I'll be able to run the game. Have no clue how much they focus on optimizing, if at all. Hopefully we can actually run it, because I would love to actually try the game. I just don't know if I'll be like, you know, crazy enough to pre-order, because normally I don't like the idea of pre-orders, to be quite honest with you. You don't really know what you're paying for. Like, I would rather just read some reviews. It's not that I'm so worried for my money, it's just one of those things where I really prefer being able to see what the common problems of any game are before I really, like, make a judgment call. I guess I enjoy being, like, a responsible consumer in that regard, but I don't know, dude. I just like knowing what the issues are, because I often find that the actual issues that people have, like, not all of them apply to me. I won't care about everything that other people are upset about, but it's just good to know in advance. I'd rather, like, have some idea, like, oh yeah, this is considered shitty, and then, you know, decide, like, yeah, but I'll probably be able to ignore it, or, like, not mind it too much. Like, I think Cult of the Lamb is a prime example of that, where if you wanted to, you know, go in for the really nice roguelite gameplay, you're kind of fucked with that game. At least, I don't know if they've had, like, any other updates since, but originally, I wouldn't say that it was all bad, but the focus was definitely more on the colony, like, management aspect. So if you're into that, then it's a great game. And if you're not, like, it's still an alright game. It's just the roguelike parts of it, I think, were fairly exaggerated. At least in, like, promotional material and stuff. I was gonna say, like, it's a good thing he got on top of the staircase, because otherwise this could have gone quite bad. You know what I've been thinking about, like, Killing Floor 2 Berserker? I know it probably wouldn't make, like, a lot of sense, but what if parries, like, gave you some amount of health regen? It increased your basic health regen if you had any. I guess it would really lock you into the skirmisher, like, parry playstyle, but you kind of have to do that anyway, I guess. Well, that's not really fair to say. I mean, Dreadnought is incredible if you know, play with, like, other people and you have, like, a medic that's willing to actually support you all throughout the match. Like, you will literally never die. It's kind of nasty how resistant you become to damage. I mean, it's still, like, pretty good on this mode. Like, you take 2 damage from a big guy if you actually hit the parry. And even so, it's not so bad when you don't. Bro, the holstering animation for this shit is insanely long, though. Like, I don't mind awful-looking animations, but at least make them functional. I don't know how my man is moving. I'm losing track of him by the minute. Apparently he doesn't know how he's moving either. I guess I could also, like, actually use the Zeds launcher that we bought, but that's the coward's way. I'm here to kill a man with the sight. I will say that it's kind of weird that they decided to make the heavy attack like a double slash. Might seem like just pointless complaining, but I don't know, with the sight I would expect that this would be like a very good, you know, horde clearing weapon, if anything. I mean, like, this way of attacking with it, it's just, I'm using it as an axe, right? Based on the animations. I guess we'll see in third person, but I just get the feeling that it's basically like a different battle axe almost. I mean, look, I'll be real with you. The third person heavy attack animation looks infinitely cooler. That actually looks, like, kind of neat. The heavy attack, at least. Alrighty, we're just going from top to bottom again, because we filled out the middle. We'll probably stop at a different point, though, than before, considering we didn't, like, start the stream going from airship. So that's something. It will help with the variety, I suppose. The non-existent variety, because I've just been playing whatever I feel like at any moment. which I don't think is necessarily bad, by the way. I'm here to have fun at the end of the day. I did the other like stream intro today precisely for that reason, because it's a little bit more chill. And even though like Killing Floor is a very, you know, try-hardy game with all the metal music, and I mean it suits the gameplay for sure, but I do think right now, compared to potentially like competitive Overwatch, it's a little bit more chill of a time. Let me go. Come on now. And I remember back when Survivalists like didn't get a chance to actually select the starting weapon. It wasn't that long ago, but it's kind of interesting that they decided to change that. I'm happy that they did, if anything, because it always seems silly that you were just at the whims of the game. And I mean, you can still pick random if you so desire. I just like the HX, even if it's not necessarily the best gun for him. It's just fun to use. Maybe we should, like, just, you know, down the man like that. I guess we could also just do the same with you. I don't have to waste a grenade on you. Although, technically, it doesn't matter, because we're probably going to end up selling this, like, anyway. Wonderful. We kept 3 grenades for no reason.
Nicely done.
I'll explode this guy.
They did not lay a claw on you.
It's always so funny that you get credited for, you know, flawlessing a wave as any character with heavy armor. When it's like, bro, like, no, I get hit, I just don't take health damage. I mean, again, we're just gonna be really boring, but Locust is just fun to use. I like the Locust. I just think it's neat. I'm still planning to stream one other time this week. I'm kind of shooting for 3 streams a week, actually. That's like the main thing that I'm trying to keep up. As I mentioned before, I think consistency is probably like the most important quality of online anything. So people, you know, feel like they can kind of count on you and make you part of their routine.
Let's make sure.
Although I don't know how serious I am about growth, if at all. Like, I could be focusing on so many things to make the stream, like, actually higher quality and more engaging, but I don't really do that. So maybe I don't care that much, but I do care about, like, I guess the hours that I put in for some reason. The only issue is that on Thursday, I'm gonna go on, like, not exactly a business trip, but I have some stuff that I need to go to the capital for. And although I'm going by car this time for, like, just ease of everything, essentially, it still means that I'm probably only getting home at around 7, and then I still have, like, some stuff that I need to take care of around the house. So I'm thinking if I do end up going live on Thursday, it's gonna be probably from 10 p.m. or something. I can't imagine it would be earlier than that. And I have no clue what it's gonna be. So essentially, if you want to, like, you know, be able to join me on that, then hopefully you follow me, and hopefully Twitch sends you a notification, because, you know, sometimes that doesn't work. But also, I try to keep people posted on Twitter for sure.
Much blood.
That's where we're at, and then we'll see about the rest. Because once again, I don't think weekend streams are going to be a big thing for me. There's a ton of things I still need to take care of as well on the weekend. Time management, man. It's a skill that I apparently do not possess. I kind of wish that I did a little bit, but I definitely don't seem to have it. I'm just gonna grab the Reducto Ray. It's a dumbass weapon for a dumbass person like me. Let's go. It looks so weird. Like, it's just a strange looking weapon. It's literally just a prop gun. That's always the vibe I get from it. I think it's the cables that really, like, sell me on that. I mean, Gary's Mod do be looking wild these days. What is going on with, like, the sequel to Gary's Mod? Because I think they're making, like, another iteration of it, right? I heard something, but the last time I looked at it, it seemed super fucking weird, like, the art style. Obviously, it's not going to be, like, Source Engine, I think, or if it is, they're trying to do, like, a very different art style, but it seemed very, very strange compared to what I'm used to. But then, I guess, like, Gary's Mod is the ultimate jank game, if you can even refer to it as such. It's one of the first, like, games that I bought on Steam. I remember I didn't even have a credit card back in the day. I was still a wee babby, but I already wanted to play Gary's Mod. You know, Gmod always looked fun, even just off of the Steam page. I don't think there was, well, there probably was quite a bit of YouTube content about it already back in the day. I suppose, like, you know, YouTube has been around for an extremely long period of time, so should not be surprised by that. But yeah, I did end up buying it. And then I didn't do anything particularly inspiring with it. But that's kind of the joy of Gmod, I think. Like, no matter what you do, you're kind of, you know, playing it the intended way. As long as you're having fun with it, I think it doesn't matter what you do. Man, Reductor Array is just so stupid fun. It makes no sense. But it is a lot of fun to use. We're probably gonna just buy back the Locust. I think we could upgrade this, but I don't think it matters, because upgrading only, yeah, it affects the damage, but I don't think the damage matters in the slightest. We'll eventually, like, focus on upgrading the Locust, because that actually deals damage, so for that gun, that stat matters. For this thing, I think it doesn't matter, because it probably shrinks stuff at the same rate regardless, if I had to guess. Such a weird reload, if anything. The little hand flick kind of puts me off of it, but when you're just shrinking everything, I reconsider all of my negative thoughts about this here weapon. Look at these poor lads, just turning into, like, scale models. I don't know, I feel like it's like an overly badass reload for a really dumb looking gun. I guess that's my problem with it. If this was like a fucking bazooka of some kind, then I'd be like, hell yeah, brother. But as it stands, it's just kind of weird to have like such a fucking edgy reload animation for what is essentially like a jank pistol. Like, look at that little flick. It's the thing that does it, man. We could be Locusting, but I mean, if you can shrink anything and everything, would you not? I don't know what I would shrink in real life though if I had like an actual shrink ray. I'm trying to think here. I guess a lot depends on the mechanics. Could I enlarge the things later? Would it be like a storage solution? Because then I could totally see like a big use case for it. I mean, look, let's get the obvious out of the way. If I had the only shrink ray, I would probably approach genuinely like the US military, most likely, because I think they have the most funding. I would just, you know, get in touch with the US military and be like, hey, do you guys want like a weapon that can shrink anything? And I would probably be paid like a huge amount of money, which I would then use to just live, you know, a luxurious lifestyle. So that's methodology A in my essay of how I would use the shrink ray. But I think if you can't just sell the technology, if we want to put that caveat in there, so we have to actually say interesting things, then again, it depends. Like, can I just enlarge stuff? Can I embiggen stuff back? Is the big question. Because if I can, that's like an entirely different answer. You sound tiny, but you're not that tiny. I guess if we kill like one of these, we'll get the area, right? It's just it takes a while. Well, I'll just jump over here, get back, and then, you know, you'll follow me. Eventually you have to, you know, shrink enough for you to die, maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe not at all. Eh, you know what? Maybe we'll just use the Locust at this point. They apparently don't care about being, like, shrunk down at all. They also don't care too much about this, but I guess, you know, they do. The bugs are killing them slowly. But yeah, if I could only shrink things, you can't enlarge, you know, stuff back up again, then I think I would probably get my fame and fortune in some other way. I would look for abandoned houses, the messier the better, and I would shrink the entire property down to like actual, you know, scale model size. And I would attempt to tell people that I'm the one responsible for the scale model. Like, I painted it, and I created it, I built it. And I would become famous for making, like, very, very impressive dioramas. Even though all I do is I walk around with a shrink ray. I think eventually I would be found out, but that's the beauty of it. If I'm the only person with a shrink ray, I don't think anybody would believe someone, like, telling a community, like, yo, this guy can't actually, like, fucking create like a ruined house that is so utterly realistic. He just shrinks it down with a shrink ray. I think at that point they would like probably drug test the guy and maybe put him in a mental institution, which is fine by me. Again, like it's a foolproof plan. I don't know what else I could use it for. Probably a million other things, but that seems like a fun way to go about it. To be honest, like the applications of a shrink ray are relatively limited in my opinion. It's fun in video game land where it, you know, your average situation involves fighting for your life against poop monsters apparently. It's baby abomination. I think we've done this before and it's going to be the same issue as with the big zeds. We should like actually switch to a gun that deals damage instead of a gun that doesn't tend to deal that much damage. And in this case, a gun that deals damage shoots bugs for some reason. I will say that if like this is somebody's first exposure to Killing Floor 2, it must be pretty weird, you know, like this is a relatively serious shooter, I think, in its theme. The way that it likes to present itself, at least initially, kind of horror-themed zeds, or maybe not realistic looking, but they're off-putting, generally speaking. And then you're just witnessing a man whip around like a shrink ray fighting a poop monster by shooting locusts at it. Doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense, does it? I guess they kind of jumped the shark eventually with this game. It happens with every single game over time. Like if you look at a long enough timeline, it's going to happen, but in Killing Floor, it definitely happened, I guess, relatively early on. I suppose the early is debatable. What is it? It's like a 6-year-old game at this stage? Perhaps it took just as long as you would imagine, but still, it's a bit fucking weird. Oh, baby, Barnwich Town. I haven't played enough of that. You see, the joke is that I think I had 3 separate, almost 4-hour-long streams where I did nothing but Barnwich Town. So to say that I know this map quite well might be an understatement. But at the same time, could I tell you anything about it? No. Well, I can tell you that it has like some very nice thematic elements, and I know how to do this puzzle now. I got the achievement for it and everything. I didn't do the right thing with SWAT and get a second pistol from my actual like selectable perk ability. We're gonna miss out on 75 dosh, dude. Our economy is ruined. I will never financially recover from this. I like to joke around about this, but I swear to God, like in the final trader time, we'll probably not be able to like buy an actual upgrade that might be important for us. And I can pretend to not notice, but I'll definitely notice. And maybe that's fine too. I also should not be like going full auto, but it doesn't matter really. I'm building bad habits essentially and coming up with really cheap excuses for it. Sometimes you just don't have to do the right thing. It's you know, it sounds weird to say it like that, but trust me, it'll make sense. Just fuck up on purpose, Copium. Like, this is a nice part of the map as well. It's kind of cool. They did a good job with the set pieces. I think the only issue native to this map is maybe the death corridors, but that's like an issue with a lot of the newer maps that they have. I mean, you can fight through it. It's just relatively annoying, so I think you have to kind of pick a position and hold out there, which incidentally I think is what most people do anyway in the community, so I guess it doesn't matter basically, because if everybody's doing that, then who cares, right? I still remember where all of these are, I'm fairly certain. I know I'll always remember the yellow one, because by God, they put it in like a spot that I would never have checked if not for that one YouTube video. We gotta go down into the dungeon. I'm trying to think, because I do think we're missing one more. I'm racking my brain. Can't remember what color it was. Oh no, I remember. It's the boiler room down here. I remember now. And then I guess we will go from this room to the yellow one. I believe yellow is the annoying one. This is what I mean, like, these corridors. I guess we'll get the yellow one first. Cool. We did in fact get it. Now we do have to go all the way down to get purple. And then we'll be able to go into the secret room. How am I actually missing health? I'm confused. I have heavy armored. Have we had a siren? Not been paying attention at all. And purple. I believe that's all of them, but I guess we'll check. Probably still this wave. I mean, we have quite a bit of carrying capacity, so might be a good idea to do that anyway. Okay, so we can leave you two alive. Let's run back, and also let's do it with the knife so we're a little faster. Fairly certain we got all of them, but I wasn't paying that much attention. Should be able to carry some stuff out of there. I think, if anything, with SWAT, it's rather important to do that on this map, since all your stuff is so expensive. Like, you pay such a premium for ammo, right? They made SWAT ammo just ridiculously expensive. But hey, if we get a bunch of free weapons, then maybe we can afford quite a bit of it. I haven't decided, like, what weapon I want to use. I think I gave the shield, the riot shield, a try earlier, but I also died horribly because of some bad placement on my part. So we might grab one of those again, just to take it for a spin. The store is like so weird. Let's see. It's basically the same 2 or 3 guns every time. I would like to kill you and then take the actual armor if at all possible, just to make the most value out of it, I guess. Alright, 84 meters. I mean, if we sprint, we should be able to make it. Copium. We'll be fine, I believe. We have a bunch of guns. That also makes us a little bit slower, but hey, something for something. I have an extra 300 dosh. That's a lot of money. It is, in fact, not a lot of money, but might get us, you know, something cool. I'm just gonna sell, like, everything that we have and see what we can actually afford. You know what? Yeah, let's go and do the riot shield. It's kind of fun. It's not ideal, but I never use it. We might as well actually, like, try it. Plus, you know, you get to spin the gun. How cool is that? I mean, who wants to see, like, half the screen? I'd rather look at the shields. I suppose we could also maybe, like, run back and pick up another, like, tier 1 gun. Might be a good idea too, for financial reasons. Yeah, I feel like riot shield with the other perk, instead of the heavy armor, would be quite good, considering you could just move, like, super fast. That's probably how I lost some health. Now I'm realizing. I remember now. Dude, like, Glock 18C is still, like, so fun. It's just such a fun gun. Full auto pistols, man. There's something else. It's also, like, a cool SWAT weapon, to be honest, the riot shield. It just fits, in my opinion. Okay, it's not the best at range, clearly, but can't have it all, right? He keeps getting living shields. That's not fair. How is that fair? Let's do the quote-unquote takedown. Oh, we're apparently not going to do that. Are we cursed with the riot shield to just have that happen every time? Because every time I use the shield, I get knocked in a really awkward position by a flesh pound. Kind of don't want to kill him outside of the zone when he's so close to death. Bro, like, seriously. Just stop body blocking me, please. I just want to run past. It's only 11 of them left. Kind of need, well, now there's only 9 of them left. Kind of need, like, some of those to get the zone. Can you just die? Thank you. They both decided to die in the end. Apparently Riot Shield is just cursed for me, man. I get into all sorts of sticky situations every time I use it. At least we got the zone. I guess we do indeed need the XP with SWAT, considering we haven't even, like, prestiged him once. Just goes to show how little I play him. Although, like, leveling in this game, in my experience, takes quite a bit, especially before you prestige. It becomes easier once you do, because of the XP bonus. Let me check something real quick. Okay. I thought I had heard something in the background, which only surprised me because I usually mute everything when I stream. So that's why I was a little bit weirded out. I'm like, it's not supposed to happen. You know, I'm a huge professional streamer, personally. I mute all my devices when I stream. One of these days, I'm gonna get in trouble for that. Like, someone is gonna, like, call me with something important, and I'll just be like,
Glad you made it back.
never noticed.
Don't bleed on anything.
666, huh? You know what? Let's make it even heavier. Let's upgrade it for no reason. I mean, I guess we could still carry some stuff from here.
Keep the area secure.
Not a lot of stuff, but... Oh, it's the final wave. I'm so excited. Kind of happy to get so many areas, to be honest. Like, the XP does add up. This is a cool, like, concept of a weapon. It's, you know, fairly basic, but it is kind of neat. And I think it fits the swap more than some of the newer stuff that they gave him. Even if, like, in terms of mechanics, that stuff is definitely more inspiring. Sometimes inspiring is not what you're looking for. Sometimes you want just stuff that's cool and thematic. For some reason I felt like that grenade was like cooking for a longer time than normal. But we're getting like beaten the fuck around. Gotta like kite a little bit and roam so that we can kill more stuff in the area. I do want that XP, as we've established. I am a prostitute for experience. Which I guess, depending on, you know, whether that's like an in-game type of experience or a real-life kind of experience, could mean a lot of different things. How much do the quarter pounds add to this? Not a lot, it looks like. I guess expected a little bit more from that, if I'm completely honest. Although we should be able to get it anyway. I think I'm worried for no reason. We'll probably be just fine. Coming through. Just let me through. Thank you. Thank you. You're extremely nice. You're a great crowd. I don't enjoy being set on fire, but I also want to kill you from, like, here, if anywhere. I was gonna say, like, we kind of interrupted him, huh? Losing your actual entire head will probably do that to you. Nice, we actually got it. I mean, hey, I feel like all things considered, you know, we don't use this gun quite often. We did, like, decent. I didn't see much of a much progress being made on the XP bar there, sadly, but hey, it is like level 24 to 25. At this point, we need like 11k XP. That's quite a bit of experience. We'll get there eventually. The sad part is going to be, like, I'll probably get there and immediately prestige because, you know, that's the most efficient use of your time. Even if it is also a little dumb, because you don't get that many rewards for it. In fact, you barely get anything. You get some shitty skins, and that's it.
Unless you hate living.
So basically, I'm doing something dumb, but that surprises nobody. Yeah, the G36C was kind of good. I guess the question would be, is it good enough for me to sell this and get it? I think we'll just go for a Chris, to be honest. Yeah, we won't be able to put anything else into the loadout. I mean, the G36C is rather nice as well because of the armor penetration against some of the bosses. And it would have been important, potentially, against Matriarch. But maybe some other time. I don't think this pistol is going to be, like, all that against Matriarch, especially not in the initial phase. I can't imagine it's going to do a lot. Still just, you know, abuse the barrel to never get hit by any of her, like, actual high-tech beam-based weaponry. It just makes sense. I think we can also, like, use that. It deals, like, a surprising amount of damage, considering. I guess we did, like, you know, upgrade it, though. Honestly, I mean, that went pretty fast right there. Oh no, the Edars. Did we get the MP on her? No, we didn't. I would have been happy if we did. Once again, we don't get the MP on her. Oh, really? You're just like sneaking that in, huh? That was like some actually good placement on her part. I'll probably just like waste all of my ammo on this gun and only like switch after. The Chris would probably work faster though, if we're being honest. Also, she has so many EDARs now. I was gonna say, like, where are you standing? Because I wasn't paying attention. Let me just crouch. I feel like crouching will work. We have used like 2/3 of our ammo basically to go through her first phase. Oh, come on, bro. Like, normally she stops when she can't actually tag me anymore. Yeah, the tree will save my life in that case. Yep, that also gets blocked by that. Again, like, just stop. You're not hitting. I could, like, shoot the gun out of her hand, I guess, but, you know, it seems redundant considering if we get her, like, just a little bit more damaged. Yeah, she's about to lose it anyway. So now that she's just, like, in her next phase, how much damage are we gonna be dealing? Not that much, apparently. I kind of enjoy the fact that, you know, her movement speed gets slowed down, though. If we, like, actually get the crit shots. No, I'm just gonna dodge that, thank you. Alright, fine, I'll use the Chris on you, then. You've left me no choice. Maybe if we had picked up a couple more ammo boxes, we could have just done it with the Riot Shield, but, didn't feel like it. I did also buy the Chris, you know. It's like I might as well get some use out of it. Look at that Akira-looking ass hand, man.
Did you move?
I don't trust it. To put it lightly. For some reason, Akira-looking ass makes me remember that Scotsman meme from Samurai Jack. Like the one time, I think it's the first episode that he's actually in when they meet, and he has, what is it, like a 2-minute segment where he's just shouting obscenities at Jack. Like, random bullshit. I could imagine Akira looking ass being one of those obscenities. Maybe not against Samurai Jack, but against the Matriarch, for sure, dude. Absolutely. Let's see. So we did SWAT. We've done Survivalist. We've done Demolitionist. We have done Medic for sure. We've done 2 Berserkers, a little bit of Commando, Support, Gunslinger. I mean, at this point, I think it's just Sharpshooter. Although, what map is this? I forget. Biolapse. I think that's gonna be ass. But let's do it anyway. This is like a holdout map. This is not ideal of a pairing, but hey, what is ideal in life, if anything? I don't think many things are ideal in life. I've been slowly realizing as time goes on that, for example, you might be tempted in this life to sometimes think like, oh man, X should have happened earlier / later, but I don't think it happens very often that something occurs in your life and you feel like, wow, that's just the perfect time for that. I think generally speaking, you only feel that way after the fact. Usually, whenever anything happens, you'll probably feel like, shit, like I wasn't ready for that, or like I wish it would have happened earlier, if it's something that you've been looking forward to. And I think maybe that's okay. Like, maybe that's the big life lesson we all need to learn. You know, you don't get to control when everything happens, even if you have, like, the rest of your life in a very tight grip, if you will, you know, ignore my, well, not mind my phrasing. Even if you have, like, total control over everything else in your life, a lot of stuff would just happen when it happens. And maybe that's fine. I don't know, it makes me, now that I'm thinking about it more like that, it makes me feel, I guess, more chill about it, you know? Because I'm just like, hey, like, I'm just going to focus on trying to do my best and see how things go, not really worry too much. Because I can't always control what's going to be happening and when exactly. It takes a little bit of pressure off of you. I do like the fact that this, like, map has so many different stages. Like, last time we didn't get this stage at all. So that's kind of fun.
We never tire
Of course, buy the centerfire because it's really good. Oh, and we had like a bunch of like ammo boxes too. That's kind of nice. I feel like even with just 39 shots, we'll be fine. That's the copium that I will be huffing. And it's not 39, by the way. Excuse you. It's 49. 49 and feeling fine. That's how that song goes, right?
All Zeds on the scope.
That's such a weird concept for a song, but I kind of respect it. It's Tenacious D. I think it is actually 39, though, now that I'm thinking about it. But it's about how he's dating a 39-year-old woman because it makes him feel like less insecure, which is based, basically, if anything. That's a based opinion. I don't know, man. I don't know how to properly feel about that kind of taste. I don't have an issue with MILFs as often they're referred to as, but I don't know if I would consider myself, like, you know, in that camp. Got no problem with it. My poor man got, like, glitched into the train, it looks like. Okay, maybe, like, standing on top of the train was not the best idea. Perhaps we should move. Really? Really? You're gonna, like, tap me right there. I'm in the middle of something. I'll have you know. At least let me get the ammo. I'm just missing all of my shots, by the way. Just completely stun-locked. I'm upset that I had, like, a very good shot lined up, and it was taken away from me. I just haven't moved on. That was the one. The big shot. The big money. I would not have survived that on any other difficulty. That's why I went silent. I'm like, no, I should not be alive. And I understand. I don't respect it, but I do understand. I mean, look, at the end of the day, to get back to the previous topic, I think you like what you like is the big thing. Hopefully, if anything, you're aware of your own tastes so that you can act accordingly. I think if nothing else, people should figure out like what they're into when it comes to other people, like what they're looking for in a partner. Probably a very broad sentence that therefore seems, you know, fairly easy to say that it's true and standable, but
I still have no idea what this
I guess I do stand by it. Like, if you have a better idea of what you like in people, then you'll probably have a better time overall. I'm just gonna take a Beluga Beat, man, because it's just easy mode, essentially. And we're gonna kind of split the difference, buy some ammo, buy some armor, because I'm a really bad sharpshooter, in case it wasn't entirely obvious from just, you know, the gameplay that you've seen a second ago. So I need all the help that I can get. If I can have training wheels on my training wheels, I will take it. I kind of need it, to be honest. I'm just a wee babby sharpshooter. I think the only reason I have like level 21 on this perk is because I usually played it when a friend of mine played Medic. And since Medic is so good at clearing out the trash and also buffing your damage, it became very easy to actually like go through the regular, you know, like survival style game mode essentially. Because if anything swarms me, I can just shout like help and then it would get dealt with. Can't tell if that ended up like connecting or not. I don't think that one did. Well, that one definitely did, at least. But that one isn't gonna work. Her scream is still going. Kind of thought she started earlier, to be honest. I mean, you know, we're kind of flailing about, for lack of a better word, but sometimes that's all you can do, apparently. That's the excuse I'm gonna make for myself. I do feel bad about wasting a grenade when they're so, like, obscenely powerful. Really, you need, like, charge shot for that guy, too? I'm surprised. I thought it's the gore fiends that you gotta, like, do that for. I mean, this is definitely not, like, the perfect sharpshooter map. But hey. Coal turns into diamonds under pressure. Is going to be my reasoning as to why we're playing it then. I mean, this is not like a particularly difficult gun to use at the end of the day. Oh, we didn't get like the headshot on him. I mean, it didn't even get the headshot on him right there. can't tell if I'm like getting the alt fire prepped or not. Is that a second one? Apparently there were two. I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, he can be frozen like mid-attack. Yeah, we probably should have just started off doing that to begin with.
You really shredded that flesh.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I feel like if you make your terminology loose enough, then you'll seem very, very wise to certain people. At least that's how I coast on by. Well, this is probably an even worse room. It's just all close quarters all of the time. Like, what the hell do I even get? What do I even get? I genuinely don't know, dude. Yeah, those shiny gun. That's the one. That's the one, baby. I guess we could take a Mosin Nagant. Like, why not? We could, and then see whether or not that ends up being a thing. And let's just get this over with. I feel like we die in this room, but maybe we don't. It's gonna be very grenade happy. I can tell you that much right away. It's going to be incredibly grenade happy. Maybe there's an argument to be made that I should have welded some of the doors. Because I feel like, you know, you would normally do that on this map, but Then I would have to, instead of skipping, you know, trader time, I would have to do that. That seems like a lot of effort. I have to like press a button and then hold another button down. You know how many calories you burn when you do that? Like I don't got that kind of diet, dude. I'll have you know. So apparently headshot on the Gorefast is a one-shot with this. Yep, it is, okay. But body shot isn't, so that's valuable information. It also, unfortunately, means that I gotta get good, which is a problem when I've established that I'm incapable of doing that. I mean, we are getting some headshots, so it is something. I was gonna say, please don't get the vomit on me. I'm not interested. I don't want to get vomited on. Okay, apparently that's only 2 shots to get him. That's refreshing. This is less refreshing. So one of them didn't get frozen at all. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they just all spawn, huh? Oh, and some of them were mid-attack, apparently. Yeah, and some of them continue to be mid-attack as well. In fact, I feel like now there's more of them attacking than before. Bro, like, really? Or do you just have the perfect spread? They just have the perfect spread, okay. Like, every one of them is raging one after the other. And any moment I had someone frozen, I was basically unable to capitalize on it. I mean, it's an awful room for Sharpshooter in general, though, because it's all entrances. If nothing else, we have a bunch of excuses. I will say that none of the bio maps are actually like great in my opinion. Bio Labs at least has some variety in the stages, but other than that, it's kind of a pain in the ass to play if you're not like a close range perk. And then Biotic's Lab is kind of the same because it's one of the quintessential examples of the Death Hallway in action. Let's do like a different kind of firebug. I'm not sure what that's going to be. Maybe I'll do microwave gun because I never used that. Could be interesting to like whip it out. Just for tonight. Tonight only, the microwave gun. It's kind of just a better flamethrower from what I remember. Well, depends. Like, it's not great against the small stuff. Is there a way to combine it with the flamethrower in one loadout? To just go full on crazy and be like, I don't want to aim. Like, I refuse to aim and you cannot make me. Become unaimable. Because that could be fun, but I think it's not, because the flamethrower is like, what, 9 kilograms or some shit in this game? It is essentially, like, from the looks of it, made out of a fucking spare heating unit or something, so it kind of makes sense that it would be heavy. Maybe that's the next weapon they can add for the firebug. The space heater. It's just exactly what it sounds like. It's just a space heater. I guess it would be a melee weapon. Because otherwise it doesn't do a lot of damage, huh? Could be an interesting concept. It would be a flail-style weapon. You hold the extension cord, and you whip it around and hit people with the space heater. So let me check this. I'm curious. Yeah, flamethrower is 7. Microwave gun is 9. Yeah, that's a no-go. I kind of figured. We might go microwave gun, though, later. Could be fun. I mean, for the time being, let's see.
There are zeds on the scope.
I just really like the Dragon's Breath,
Very
dude.
soon.
What's not to love? It's an incendiary shotgun. I always like buy pistol ammo, but it's so pointless, because if you get a single box, you basically get the same effect. Let's just skip and go. This isn't like the best room in this map either.
Break time's
They also
over.
spawn from up
Get
top
back to
here.
work.
And I mean,
More zeds
husks and
inbound.
stuff that get in the door can just kind of knock you around, shoot you. Same deal from down there, same deal from down there, so. But there's a ton of locations on this map that suffer from similar issues, basically. Turns out, like I said, it's just one of those maps where it's a little bit hard to find out, you know, like find and use the ideal holdout position. Definitely exists, like I don't doubt it, but
Let's call that your warm-up.
I just don't feel like going there. Right now, I'm just, you know, feeling like I'll shotgun some people, set them on fire, and just have a nice evening, basically. Commit a few war crimes and chill, as they say. I mean, fire in warfare is a war crime, as far as I'm aware, so. But if fire is illegal to use in a warfare situation, then why is it so fun? Checkmate, atheists. I think we have like a straggling bloat, and this. Oh, I thought this guy was like stuck over here for some reason. Apparently, I was wrong. My man is running. Well, he reached wherever he wanted to go.
That was the last one.
I guess, you know, we have infinite ammo. Might as well have a little bit of fun. I think if we sell the Dragon's Breath, we should be able to get our hands
I need you
on
alive
the
in
microwave
one
gun.
piece.
Yeah, let's go.
Strange.
Bro, it's so expensive, the ammo for this thing.
Danke.
Can't remember much about it, but it has a really cool crosshair.
Now spend it.
It has like it has like an alt fire thing as well. I need to remember, but I think it uses so much ammo that with how little we have right now, I don't think we're gonna be relying on that. We're fairly close to the one spot I like on this map. We might as well go over there, I guess. Let me shift around in my chair though. If we're gonna get comfy playing Firebug, then let me get comfy first, you know? That's important.
Time's almost up. Vite.
I do think eventually I might have to invest in a different chair. I right now have like a tiny wooden little thing that I sit on. It's basically a glorified stool.
Port's closed. Go make a
I mean, it gets the
difference.
job done, but sometimes I think of one of those cool gaming chairs. But then I don't know how well it would fit due to this table. Like I'm touching the side of the table here. So there's not exactly a lot of
This
room.
will be the end of us. Ja, Schweinehund.
Let's just microwave some people. It's so weird that it does ground fire, and some of the other guns don't. I mean, I'm happy for it, because ground fire is probably the best part of Firebug. But it is a bit strange, isn't it?
It's like the Ardennes, yeah?
It's working fine so far. Looking forward to some big zeds. Because this actually deals additional damage to big zeds. Oh my. I like the particle effect on it as well. I don't know if it looks any good with the Twitch bitrate in my glorious 480p stream, but I'm going to pretend that it does. I mean, the free ammo is really, really good with this too, considering how expensive it actually is to refill. Oh yeah, baby, give me them quarter pounds. I'm all about that life. It's time to take revenge. Oh yeah, I thought for a sec we didn't get both. I was about to complain. I was about to complain very loudly, but then it was all good. Kind of haven't been buying armor because I've been using like expensive ass weapons basically. Hey, you don't get to jump over it. You get to get hit and you know, die. That's your job. My job is to kill you. You have to cooperate. Jolly cooperation with the quarter pounds.
I still have no idea what
Again, I
it's
feel
all
like if this were, you know, like a Fallout style RPG, the conversation trees with the quarter pounds would not be particularly inspiring. I'm just gonna say that I could probably write them in maybe 2 minutes flat while I'm incredibly drunk. Just headbutt the keyboard and you're good to go, basically. So what the hell do I fit next to this, I guess, is the question. Because I never considered that. I guess the Scorcher is kind of good. Let's take it. I don't know. I'm hesitant because I don't know if we'll like ever actually switch from the microwave, but if we do, we do have like a flare gun that's kind of sick with it. We're exploring loadouts that I don't normally use.
Break time's over. Get back to work. More zeds inbound.
Quick little hydration break right there. Sometimes you have to. I like how I, you know, was forced away from the one spot that I liked. I don't like the fact that they spawn up top there. So I'm gonna like remember that we actually bought full ammo for this, so we can kind of go a little bit more crazy. At the same time though, we can't go that crazy because, you know, if you go too hard, then the 600 ammo won't last you like that long either. We just have to like use it a little bit gingerly, you know? Make sure that we're being reasonable. The thing about the microwave gun, guys, is that it has like a large carbon footprint. So ideally, you're only using it a little bit to make sure that you're not damaging the environment by setting everything on fire and microwaving everything. Oh, we got the bloat, but not this guy. He's gonna complain. And I also got vomited on, so I definitely want my money back, dude. Bro, can you imagine the smell of microwave vomit, though? Holy shit. Absolutely repulsive. Can't say that I've tried it, but it sounds like a really fucked up science experiment. Maybe it's a form of torture. Like, I could imagine the CIA doing that. They just stick you in a room with a microwave. Like, Agent Jenkins, like, pukes into it. And then they just put it on for, like, 5 minutes. I feel like you would betray your country at that point. Because I cannot imagine how fucking awful that would smell. Perhaps, you know, there's different degrees. Maybe depending on what Agent Jenkins had the night before, it gets better / worse. Probably worse if we're being real. Look at the pro gamer move of using the alt fire on the final Zed. Oh boy. I mean, it really wasn't anything. I'm just trying to make myself seem a lot cooler than I actually am.
That's great.
I could just put on my amazing clip-on sunglasses that are handcrafted, by the way, but Lord knows I'm scared to do that. You know, sometimes you don't want the coolness overload. Clearly that's the problem, that it would be too cool. It'd definitely not be Omega cringe. I think Omega cringe would be on brand for me though, realistically. Like, come on, I'm a cringe lord. It's in my tags for a reason. I picked it. In fact, I didn't pick the cringe lord lifestyle. The cringe lord lifestyle picked me, if anything.
More zeds on the scope.
Let's see who this boss is. I think that's going to depend, you know, that's going to change our way of fighting. So I wonder if Hans takes extra damage from the microwave. I suppose we'll see in a second. But if not, we'll just like flare gun the ever-living crap out of him. Hello, sir. Kind of tempted to just weld this for no reason, just for the funny meme. Oh no. He's farting all over the place. So how does this do in terms of damage? Apparently incredible. Yeah, like, quite good. Although I feel like the sustained, like, DPS is maybe a little better. Absolutely better. Alright. Yeah, we can probably, like, break his animations. Although he's also going, like, mighty ham on us. That is something I failed to consider. I mean, luckily those are just smoke grenades. I was gonna be very worried there for just a moment. Kind of wish we had the knockback as well on him. Bro, can you like leave me alone? I swear to God, he hasn't done anything to me, but his ads. Those are big time grenades, right? No. Well, these are big time grenades. Allow me to run the fuck away. Oh no, I'm microwaving his entire head. His cranium is about to pop like a balloon. Man, my man is getting some sick air. Look at that shit. Holy fuck. We knocked him out of the map. I've never done that before. That was incredible. I'm very proud of myself for doing that, even though it's really unrelated to everything I did and essentially up the chance, but still, that doesn't happen every day. Look, when you're me, you gotta take the dubs where you get them. That's all I'll say. Let's go to Black Forest. Another map that I'm not the biggest fan of, to put it lightly. But you never know. Maybe I'll develop an appreciation for it that I didn't have before. Let's see. What do we want to do with ourselves? Kind of feel reluctant to play support on this map because headshots are such a pain in the ass to get. So instead we'll play demo. Once again, I'll just play the easy shit. I could be leveling all of these various perks, but then that's not as much fun as playing all the stuff that I've already played a ton before.
You are here to clean out zeds.
I am, after all, a man after my own heart. What can I say? Like, thematically, this is a cool map. It's just, it's kind of ass in every other regard. But it does look nice. It does have that going for it.
Sure.
I mean, there's a lot of video game forests that are actually pretty sweet.
How do you feel?
The big, like, foresty map that comes to mind for me is definitely Half-Life 2 Episode 2.
Did you move?
After you get out of the mine area and whatnot. Man, that was such a long time ago. It's kind of a shame that we're never going to see, like, a continuation of that series at this point, but maybe it's for the best. I don't think it could live up to the hype anymore. For a second I thought that we had a total of 3 bloats, and I was a little worried,
Glad to see you made
to
it
be
through.
completely honest.
Make for the pod and gear up. They did not lay a claw on you.
I was gonna check how far the pod was, because, you know, if we have to knife run, I'll do it, but thankfully we're quite close.
I see you have no grenades.
We might go... You know what, let's go crossboom, just for the sake of variety. I don't think we need grenades if we go crossboom, though. I feel like we'll probably be fine. Maybe get, like, a couple more bolts, though.
Up on grenades.
If anything. Leave some money in your pocket in case, I don't know, you run into a beggar. They could add that into Killing Floor, you know, in the style of Isaac. That would be great.
Time's up. Go
Just
kiss
pay
the
money
zeds.
to, like, a homeless Hans Volter, and he will eventually give you a gun. Could be an interesting mechanic. No, not really, to be honest. Some you know, mechanics shouldn't cross over, if we're being absolutely honest. Man, I hate crawlers so much, but I feel like that's a sentence that probably gets said a lot in this game. I'm trying to think what would be like a nice position to be in. I don't think it matters all that much. We're not really, you know, playing optimally here. But still, I would like to make this game even easier if possible. I want to reduce the amount of effort I put into this to as low as humanly possible. Until I basically don't even have to do anything. That would be ideal. Imagine wanting to put effort into this. I feel like that might mean that you get slightly better. And I'm like not about that life. I guess the problem we're experiencing, if anything, is that, you know, they don't really have one set path they're gonna follow. So explosions are overall a lot less useful than they normally are. Because generally speaking, with demo, you can kind of abuse the fact that, you know, you camp a corner, you camp a hallway, and you're gonna get a ton of kills, basically. And if you ever get a nuke, which again, the crossboom is not the best for, because unless we get, like, a headshot kill with it, I don't think it's going to result in a nuke. I don't know how I didn't get hit by the trapper, if I'm absolutely honest. I guess we, like, body blocked it accidentally. I mean, it went alright, all things considered.
Nicely done.
I still think this is kind of a neat weapon. And as far as I remember, if I upgrade it, then it gets a little crazy. So, I don't know, we might do that as
Come and
well.
get your tools of trade.
So, I mean, we could upgrade it and then get, like, a bunch of ammo for it. Let's do that. We wouldn't, like, max it out yet, but we could get fairly close. Probably should have bought, like, some armor at least, but,
There's zeds on the scope.
That's
Want to
loser
close the pod
talk.
very soon.
Maybe we'll get free armor. You never know. I'm not gonna wait though. Let's just get back into it. I do think that, like, you know, actually, like, the real life Black Forest would maybe be cool to visit if it's anything like this. And it stands to reason that it is, at least somewhat similar. Because, I mean, this looks nice and quaint. Maybe, you know, if half of it isn't on fire and there's not, like, Zeds trying to tear your face off. Could be a nice hike, at least. I would kind of miss the metal music, if anything. But you can always just wear headphones, right? Some of the areas are definitely weird on this one. You see, that could have been Z time. This could have been Z time. I'll stop, you know, talking about... Yeah, I'm a little mad, though, at that point, because then we get Z time right after.
At least in the beginning. Let's call that your warm-up.
I guess, you know, we can try to pretend that we're also a sharpshooter. Cultivate that skill. Thankfully, we don't get the headshot on the Gorfine. He still dies just from the explosion. Oh, he knocked everybody down. Really, that's not a nuke. I'm a little upset at that one. At least we got one in the end, but took a little bit more effort than I anticipated.
Fantastic work. Area remains
I guess we dealt, like, plenty of damage to him with that. I don't know where exactly he's running.
up. When you're done.
Like, I have not the slightest clue. Apparently he doesn't know either. Okay. He died as well? Interesting. We probably just got him with the splash damage. Didn't think that we would. But I mean, this is what I mean. Like, it gets crazy high damage when you upgrade it, apparently. I think to the point that the quarter pounds take like one shot when you upgrade it to the max. So I could see some utility for this, even at maybe like a high level. Although I don't remember the weight, so maybe I'm just talking out of my ass.
Only bears should live in caves.
Yeah, it goes to 8 weight at that point. I mean, it's still like not as heavy as an RPG, so I guess you could use it in slightly more loadouts. I'm just gonna mindlessly play crossbow apparently. That's kind of the beauty of Demolition, is that you can kind of do that. You can get away with even doing that.
Break time's over. Get back to work. More Zeds inbound.
I just saw a shimmer. Something cloaked.
Really? I was gonna say I didn't see that time. I wish that was a nuke, but I'm gonna actually stop saying that, because then that's the only thing I'll say. If it were a possibility, I would try to get nukes with every shot, to be honest with you. But I understand that that would make the game very boring, plus I think it would be awful for the Twitch bit rate. I did notice like when I was still, you know, in the intro, that like on the Twitch like web-based stream manager, every single little number has like hover over functionality. And it's kind of funny because with the bitrate, it makes perfect sense, because you have like a bitrate graph that shows you, you know, like how it's moving, how it's doing at any given moment. And if you actually hover over, it tells you the numbers, which again is useful because it tells you useful information. But then you can hover over all the other numbers, and all it does is it displays the number in the hover over area as well. So it's like I could hover over my session time and be like, oh, like 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 40 seconds? I wonder what that means. And then, you know, it would very helpfully tell me, oh, that means that you've been live for 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 40 seconds. You know, it means exactly what you would expect. And I'm like, huh, curious. It's almost like that's how, you know, chronological units work. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe they could have made some better hover over functionality for like those things, you know? Because I feel like the bitrate stuff was done relatively well. They could have just kept it going. I like how there's a quarter pound and I decided to shoot like a random clot instead. Yeah, like look at this. Fully upgraded, it's just like a one shot. I mean, it is an explosive Rambo style crossbow. It's not as cool as the Rambo like explosive, you know, bow, but you can't have it all. Plus, if there's still gonna be updates, and I guess there is gonna be a Christmas update, right? Then, you know, we're guaranteed to get some more HRGs. Can't tell if we got the second headshot on him or not, but apparently he still just died, so I would have just been curious for takedown purposes.
Danke.
Although I don't think any data I'm harvesting here is going to matter. And if I really was curious, I would just go on, like, the official wiki. Or rather, the old spreadsheet, you know? I think I could figure out anything and everything with the use of that.
Alors,
It is genuinely terrifying how much information is actually contained in that spreadsheet.
more Zeds on the way.
I don't think I've really used Blunderbuss at all on Demolitionist, but I don't think I'm about to try either, to be honest. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe a Tommy Boom, a simple Tommy Boom just works rather well with this. I guess my reasoning would be that, you know, you have like a single shot weapon that right now upgraded seems to have quite a bit of damage and potential stumble power. And then, you know, we can, if we need to, switch over to like rapid fire explosive rounds.
Closed.
Seems like they would complement each other pretty well. That's the theory. My man Kevin just like sucked up all the water through his feet for a second there. Dude, that's like... He's also just clipping into rocks. I can't help but feel that maybe he was like spawned a little bit wrong. Oh, we're having a proper rocket fight apparently. Although mine are tiny and shot out of a crossbow. Well, we interrupted him right quick. Are you going... I can't tell. I think he did go that way, but I lost track of him, like, pretty fast. Let's just get some ammo. I can't remember if there's ever free armor on this map. Oh man, it's an elite crawler. We're also, like, not hitting anything, apparently. I don't think we have enough time to shoot the second one. That's too bad. Maybe let's not fight in the house. How about that? Because my man is gonna like punch us and minigun us and do all sorts of awful stuff. Although this is like also like a bad spot. I mean, there's plenty of trees, but I'd prefer a slightly thicker tree that actually offers cover. Really, that didn't hit. We're kind of just like hunting each other in this forest now. Apparently you do, Kevin. Bro, I can't like track him at all in this. I don't know where he went. I got a feeling he actually like turned around there, but I'm not sure. This is a lot harder when you don't see invisible enemies, turns out. Oh, he's really close. We were like right on top of him basically, and I never knew. Oh, that tree doesn't work. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, sometimes you need a more reliable tree. How are we doing ammo-wise? Because I've not been paying that, like, close attention. Did we... Oh, we didn't, like, hit him there. I have no idea where he went. Kind of happy that we interrupted, like, his big rocket that would have definitely killed us. There's enough, like, ammo crates to really, like, you know, last us through this whole fight. The only thing I'm worried about is, like, a potential minigun attack, so I want to find, like, a rock or something. Really, man? You're not going to be in the AoE? None of you are going to stand in the AoE, alright. I find that a little frustrating. Oh, we just, like, nailed him randomly. Oh, he's doing the other attack. Yep, we can dodge that. I was about to say, like, he has, like, you know, the animation speed up, basically, as he gets damaged. That fight is a lot more exciting on this map with a weapon that I don't tend to use for the boss fight. That was actually, like, quite a bit of fun. And, I mean, if you have enough ammo boxes, it kind of, you know, you can kind of make it last long enough. Crossboom gets the seal of approval, but then it is also a demolitionist weapon, so it's not that surprising at the end of the day, if we're being absolutely real. Burning Paris. Ah, such a good little map. I believe this was one of the first maps that they had in the game, based on the trailers alone. Because I remember back in the day when they announced Killing Floor 2, I had like the slightest bit of excitement about it, but turns out they were gonna do it, you know, in early access. And then, I wouldn't say that I'm against early access, but I kind of... Whatever excitement I had for it, I kind of just lost because I didn't want to be part of the development process. I just wanted to play the game, you know? And I know you can, do both, like, be part of the development process and also play the game, but I really just wanted, at the time, to play something that felt like a finished title, I suppose. And Killing Floor 2 was not it, so I kind of never ended up, like, getting in the early access version. But I remember watching, I believe it was a gameplay trailer, and I remember 2 maps. Well, I realized once I started playing that those were the 2 maps. It was Outpost and Burning Paris that I remember from, like, some trailers. And I remember the initial gameplay trailer was really weird for me for some reason. It didn't sell me on the game. I think that's probably another reason why I didn't end up jumping in. Like, it just didn't look that crazy good, I guess. Which is interesting, because after, once it got, like, free on the Epic Game Store, years later, to be fair, and I don't know if they changed a lot about the game, but it definitely looked a lot cooler in the trailers at that point. So maybe, like, my taste changed over the years. That's probably the actual explanation. Yeah, when they fall over, I find it impossible to, like, shoot them. Just not used to that animation at all. He's the last one, right? Yep, he is, in fact, the last one.
Perfect. Port is open again.
I feel like we're probably going to go Glock 18C. We're just doing some variant loadouts. Nothing that we haven't done before, but hey, it's fun. I guess we could also do Piranha Pistol. I mean, hey, why not? If it doesn't work, we can just blame the Piranha Pistol, right? I can't tell if the item description, that's what I was, like, stun-locked by for a second. I can't exactly tell if it's supposed to be like a Prodigy reference, but I feel like it is. But then imagine knowing Prodigy lyrics. Maybe I should, like, look it up on my phone. It's been a while since I've listened to Piranha by Prodigy anyway, but Teeth, Grip, Razor Sharp seems to ring a bell. And then it's like a very basic beat, but it's a good song. Most Prodigy is at least, like, fun to listen to. It's a shame what happened to Keith Flint. But it just goes to show it doesn't matter how, successful you are perceived to be. And I mean, I do think he was successful in his career as a musician. Like, not just perceived as successful, but actually successful. You can still end up, like, feeling pretty awful about yourself. Depression is an annoying bitch of a thing, to put it mildly. Does this have, like, better melee damage? I wonder. It does have, a bayonet attached to it, essentially.
Now finish the job.
I know you can pick up the saws. And I remember, like, trying this after it came out and being kind of impressed with the damage originally. Kind of sad that that wasn't a headshot for rack-em-up purposes. We got it anyway, though, but, I always want more. It's kind of fun to use, and I remember that this skin is, like, very colorful and fun. It looks like a fucking gun out of Borderlands. We're also just, like, sending, saw blades, like, going all over the map, apparently. Really bad iron sights, if anything. I can't remember if you can double up on this, but you probably can, right? In fact, we will if we get the chance to. You're the last one already. That was fast, wow. Now, this is the part where you would run around and get, like, your ammo back, but I'm not going to do that, though. Forget about it. I guess I'll get those two, because they're so close. Alright, so can I get, like, a second one of these? Yeah, I can. Sick. Let's do it. Give me some of that. Some armor. And I think that's Gucci. Oh yeah, I remember now. The dual wield, like, rings a bell now. It's a little bit strange compared to, like, the other guns for some reason. Doesn't look that bad, but still. Oh yeah, it's the parry. That's the parry.
Break time's over.
It just looks like I'm trying to, like, inspect the top of the skin. I need to remember that that's a thing with this gun, because it's also, considered a berserker weapon. He says as he forgets to parry, like, a big Zed. I I can't remember if the reload speed is like any, you know, good on this gun or not. Apparently it just one-shots everything though, which is, you know, seemingly like pretty good. Look at the parry. Now that I have my parry bonus, oh wait, it doesn't work that way. I can't remember if this was like more insanely overpowered on Berserker or Gunslinger. Because I think I tried it on one of them after it came out, but I can't recall. And I do feel bad if Teeth Grip Razor Sharp is a lyrical reference and I'm not like sure about getting it. Now there's a part of me screeching in my head that I should like immediately listen to some Prodigy just to verify. I mean, this is actually like a fun little weapon to use too. But again, like Gunslinger is just kind of everything that he has is at least relatively fun to mess around with. The man is very jumpy, that Husk, but it didn't really save his ass. I guess, you know, he was just a very active individual. So where's everybody else, is my question. I guess we killed him too fast, huh? Bro, like, actually getting headshots with this is super fun. I gotta be honest. Saw blades apparently make for some really, really funny projectiles. Potentially also a war crime, by the way. In fact, most probably a war crime. I think that could be like a good game show idea. Like most probably a war crime. It would just be, you know, like a typical, like middle-aged, gray-haired, elegant, very charismatic show host, like explaining questions to people, and they have to figure out of the available options what is a war crime and what isn't. I'm just going to like upgrade the crap out of this and have fun with it, basically. I'm a simple man. If I like a weapon, I just want to see if you can, you know, go crazy on it. The run animation is a bit weird. I feel like they should have like sped it up a little bit. It kind of doesn't match the movement speed so much. But I mean, hey, this is definitely like a post big, you know, good animator guy leaving Tripwire, I think, weapon, so I guess this could matter actually to us because we are just about to level up. I mean, we still need XP on Gunslinger. This is also a perk that we haven't actually max leveled yet. It's still a process. I feel kind of bad for, you know, playing so much with it, because the thing is, I was mostly saving it as a treat for myself for later, because I actually think Gunslinger is really quite fun to play, and it's very, like, chill most of the time. I think with this weapon, it's better to tactical reload, from what I've seen so far. So the one thing I guess we could check that I'm kind of curious about, you know, it is just one rack 'em up. I was thought, for some reason I got the impression that one headshot could make for multiple rack 'em ups because it like passes through, but apparently that's not the case. It would be even more crazy overpowered if it was the case, so it makes sense that it isn't, but I wanted to check, which is why I let the stacks decay there for a second. Really, this just one-shots everything, doesn't it? Well, not the big zeds yet, but we do have an upgrade still to go. We'll see how we do on the potential flesh pounds. They do, in fact, be flesh pounds.
Fantastic work. Area remains
We can actually leave the area now, so that's something. Kind of feel like this is like a very good spot for us to go crazy with it. Thought we might have like killed one of them, but oh, it takes like 4 shots for a full health flesh pound from the looks of it. And then they like move around a little bit, but you know, it takes a second for them to register that they've already died. You are already dead. I feel like Fist of the North Star would not have been as interesting if it featured piranha pistols, but maybe you disagree. So what the hell do we put next to them? We can't have dual Glock 18Cs. This is how you know that the universe is a cold, uncaring, and unfair place, because otherwise you could get both of those. But you can have dual magnums? How's this fair? What is this that my ears are hearing? Dude, I don't even know if we're gonna like use anything other than this, but I guess for ammo purposes we should. We should consider that there's, you know, the possibility that we'll have to.
Last chance. I have to power down the pod.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I guess just get the magnums. If we need to, it's good to have.
Break time's over. Get back to work.
But I would much rather
All
just go
Zeds
crazy
inbound.
with the piranha pistols.
Insist on getting in the middle of a family dispute.
So the one annoying thing about where we're at right now is we have plenty of pillars to juke around with, but we're gonna have Edars like spawn up top, and that's gonna be a little frustrating. So maybe I should have like considered positioning a little bit. The aim down sights is very important on this weapon in case it wasn't obvious to you. Apparently ammo is gonna be like a little bit of a problem potentially, at least for the boss fight. Although we are like going through her shield at least rather fast, it looks like. There's a box of ammo right there, so I should not complain. Can't tell if that was like an arm or headshot. She apparently just like clips through the actual beams here. Once again, the clippage. Well, first phase, aka shield phase, is gone. Okay, it's a rather high damage in the crit spot, it would seem. I'm just gonna stand here. Maybe you don't clip through it this time. Okay, that one didn't actually clip through the wall. I'm happy to report. We're gonna have so many Edars. Because I've not been dealing with them at all. That's basically like my bad decisions catching up with me. At the same time, if you only focus on Matriarch, you know, you don't have to deal with the Edars. And this is dealing quite a bit of damage. You can't possibly reach me all the way here, right? Okay, we got her. Not with the headshot of our dreams, but, you know, we did get her in the end.
I was wrong.
And I don't think we would have needed the ammo. If we had been just a little bit more accurate, I think, you know, it would not have even been a question. Apparently you could also shoot, like, way faster with it, so I feel like I'm not, like, skilled enough to make the most of this weapon yet. But I probably will, like, use it more in going forward, because it does seem like a lot of fun. Let me pour some more water, though. If you will excuse me for but the briefest of moments. So Carol and Hamlet. Let's think about this. I kind of feel like SWAT for some reason. Let's go. Oh man, I'm just not noticing how much time has already passed on stream. I once again didn't do the economically sound thing with SWAT. Maybe that's why I should think more about playing SWAT. Just to change like the perk ability. But I think we'll be fine. A very good set time, by the way. I'm thinking I'll still be on for probably like 3 or 4 more maps. Until about midnight EU time, basically. Is the current plan. I do have to, well, I don't have to, but I would like to get up early tomorrow to take care of some stuff still. Because I'll be running, like, I'll be working rather late if everything goes according to plan. That, I know that sounds like a very weird sentence, because ideally I think people don't want to be working late, but I have, like, another business event in the afternoon that I'm basically attending, taking part in. I guess, like, we're the ones more so, like, organizing it this time, so maybe I'm doing, like, more than taking part in it, but I don't really mind. Like, I think there's going to be some cool individuals there, and I think it's going to be, like, a good opportunity to network, make some good connections. But it does mean that I don't think I'll be getting done earlier than 5, and genuinely I don't think I'm getting done earlier than 6.
Let's get you restocked.
And because it's a regular Wednesday, I might already have, like, evening plans after, too. So that's a bit of a toughie. Which is why I want to do my like daily workout in the morning. I normally do it in the afternoon after work. I know a lot of people say that it's better to do that stuff early, but I find it rather difficult to get up like every day. It's just basically I would be so tired if I just did that consistently. It probably is in fact better for you, but I haven't made the commitment yet to do it. I can't like really get it done. So I can do it, like I can get up early and, you know, make sure that I get my workout in on like off days every now and then when stuff like this comes up. But other than that, I find it difficult to get that motivation.
Hurry up.
Let me just like skip this while we're here.
Time's up. Go kill some zeds.
Once again, we have a very involved week, on my part at least, as luck would have it. I don't really mind though, but sometimes it does get a little like crazy, because there's also just some stuff in the office that I would need to do, and I never really find the time with all the events that I go to actually make sure that it gets done.
Just saw a shimmer. Something close.
And like half of it is not really stuff that I can offload to anybody, but it's also stuff that people are counting on me, you know, for it to be done. So therefore, the whole timing thing is rather annoying. It's a weird combination, to be sure, but this is what working in a small, medium enterprise is like, you know? You have, like, a job description, but you have it because it's required by law. You don't necessarily rely on that to tell you what you actually are going to do. Because what you're going to end up doing most of the time, and I don't mean this to discourage anybody or demotivate anybody that might be interested in settling into, like, a small to medium enterprise, but more often than not, you're probably just going to be doing whatever needs doing, rather than what's on your job description. So if you're not super thrilled about that, then I would maybe say, like, go work for a larger company, because they usually, you know, like, if it's not in your contract, then you can literally just be like, hey man, I ain't doing that shit. But your contract can also be changed on a whim, so swings and roundabouts, I suppose. I have zero first-hand experience working with an actually large company. Even, like, the little work experience, if you can even call it that, that I did alongside university dealt with, like, SMEs, basically. And I mean, I've been an entrepreneur before, so... Although my thing was like a micro-enterprise, because it was just me. I don't know if in English that's so much of a term that people throw around, but in Hungarian it is like a legal term that is used often. Precisely for that type of an enterprise. I'm definitely going to sell this, and then I guess we'll go G36. Maybe do this and get like one mag, and get like half of another. It is like a rather cool looking gun, I will give him that.
We're almost out of time. Make your choices.
Did we not have like any skins for this? I can't remember.
So dark in here.
Or is this one of the skins? I guess one day we'll figure it out. I do like the look of it. And I mean, the underslung little like laser sight is pretty sick with it too. I feel like it's rather useful. I wonder if it's just like client side, or if it's also like, you know, server side, so people can see where you're aiming. Because that's like a totally underrated aspect of laser sights in Left 4 Dead 2, for example, that people often forget about. It's nice to be able to, like, at a glance, just tell, you know, where anybody is looking. Oh man, where the hell did he come from? He just, like, looked like he was about to shit down my head. I don't think the armor, you know, penetrating rounds matter against anything we're fighting right now, sadly. For what it's worth. They're nice to have. But I think it's going to be more important against, I don't know, a Rider, for example. I don't think we've had a Rider all night, though. Some elite crawlers we've encountered, but that's about it. I mean, 3 shots for a Siren still isn't bad, if you ask me. At least on SWAT. Can't tell if there's another stalker anywhere nearby. How are we doing in the area? Not great, but not bad. But our armor is getting like beaten up. It's almost all gone.
Area remains unbreached.
Well, we're about to get some big boys. I'm going to heal, maybe a little early for that, but I would rather go in with, you know, potentially 100 health, if not for stalkers, of course. Technically, our armor took the brunt of that, so... Although I would have also loved to have a lot of armor for those big guys, but, you know, you can't indeed have it all. I mean, I feel like full auto for this might be worth it. Yeah, I mean... Hey, look, it wasn't a particularly flashy takedown, if you ignore the flashbang. At the same time, though, it got the job done. The full auto seemed a little weird, though, for a second there. I mean, I'm probably going to stick to it, though, because, you know, it is like a new weapon. We don't need the pump shotgun. Let me tell you that, though. I mean, hey, let's just upgrade it, I suppose. We have enough dosh to do that. Go back to the one spot that I actually enjoy. I feel like we're going to get pretty close to level 25 if we get this boss, which I'm kind of looking forward to, if anything. It would be kind of neat to actually prestige SWAT, even though like playing it after is going to be a little bit ass. Because there's so many like cool abilities that you kind of take for granted.
More Zeds on the
It's like
scope.
such a weird animation. He just like, it's almost like a gesture more than an animation. Just like take the magazine out, hold it up, you know, that's how SWAT wave to one another apparently, is the impression I'm getting. Oh, I was gonna say like, what firing mode am I on right now? But I have to look at the screen, and you know, that's very difficult. You can't expect me to do that in a video game. Actually look at the screen. So I can't remember what's the deal with the EDARs anymore, because I think I read something about a bug with the way the armor works on the EDARs, or rather the way that they coded the armor piercing rounds on this, where essentially you deal less damage if you actually shoot him in the chest than you could otherwise, but I'm not sure how that would work. Because, I mean, if you shoot them in the head, they don't die anyway, so who cares if you deal more damage to them with the head? Because it still won't kill them. Unlike regular Zeds, they don't bleed out after a headshot. Like, even if they lose their skulls, obviously. I do think I'm probably reloading, like, far too frequently with this gun. We have 59 rounds in it. I don't think I need to be quite so anal about, you know, being on the possible max 59. 50 is still potentially all of these kills, realistically, if there's no big guys in there. It is a very easy to use gun, I'll say that much, and it is kind of fun as a consequence. And I will be honest, I enjoy the weird shit that is in this game. At the same time, though, it's kind of nice to just have a weapon that, you know, makes sense. It's a gun. It's just an assault rifle. It's just nice to use, not particularly crazy. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have like super high rate of fire from the looks of it. Maybe that's what was putting me off a little. Like usually SWAT weapons are such giga bullet hoses. It's insane. Kind of expected it to deal more damage to a husk there, if I'm absolutely real. Oh, I mean, I guess we got some infighting out of that. Or some friendly fire damage, if you will. But I don't understand what I got caught on there, but hey. Apparently it does still, like, deal pretty heavy damage. Almost seemed like a burst fire thing right there.
This equipment is an investment.
I don't know if we need to just be on semi-auto, to be honest. Like, the thing seems to have plenty of ammo. We're probably going to go full auto in the future with it, even during the waves. Sure, it's probably going to be more expensive, but at the same time, it just seems to work a lot better. We need like a couple consecutive shots on a husk, for example, on the tank itself to kill them. And it's so much easier because I wouldn't call it recoilless, but it doesn't have that much
More Zeds on
recoil.
the way. Start to wrap things up, as they say.
So what should we combine this with? I guess we could also just grab a Bastion. That's kind of a neat one. It also has almost infinite ammo in reserve, so that's got to count for something. Now, if it's going to be Matriarch, what would be like a decent spot where we can kind of kite?
Feet.
I suppose this room could work, but I don't like it so much. I feel like the EDARs are going to pile up like everywhere. The car works as like a temporary measure here, but she can jump on it, and then it's very difficult to deal with her. But hey, maybe it's not going to be Matriarch. It's going to be Kevin. I feel like Kevin is going to be like a little annoying for us, because I don't really think we have much of a way of bursting him down normally. He's like right there, isn't he? He sounded so close. And now apparently he like went a different route. Yeah, that's like a little strange. The car is good for this though, at least. I suppose we could also use the stunner. Well, the Bastion that we bought, sorry. I'm mixing my HRGs up. Yeah, he also jumps on the car, so we should try to get him off of there. This deals like pretty decent damage. I always forget, like, it is supposed to be the premier, you know, boss killing weapon for this perk, actually. Let me like actually reload. and then just, you know, like go ham on him a little. I wonder if we can like actually kill him. Apparently, most likely not. Oh, he's like somewhere there. Yeah, I think I was a little like slow on the uptake there. Otherwise, we would have had him. Kind of awkward with those zeds. Good ad placement at least. We could have gotten absolutely shreked by a rocket in that moment. Still don't feel too bad about the ammo usage on this. I would love to get like super close to you and just like burst you down a little at least. Okay, so let's see. He's picking a way better route for himself now. Yeah, no, I don't think we're gonna get him. The bullet decals that this thing leaves behind are kind of weird though. Appreciate the ammo box at least. I feel like on a different map we would have like a way easier time actually grabbing him, like killing him as he runs away, because we do slow him down with the cripple skill. It's just that, you know, this map does have plenty of twists and turns. He apparently hates like mailboxes from the looks of it. I mean, I don't think you can hit me in here, buddy. Problem is, if you go like crazy with it and try to do a minigun in there, I might be boned. So, oh, he's fast now, huh? Yeah, I feel like he went into the sewers. Again, I'll just like go back towards cars. He's not like just there at the end of the hallway, is he? No, he does go around the corner. He's not that stupid. I need to remember that we don't have any more armor, which could result in our immediate demise from like a rocket attack. Is he like already around the corner? I mean, he is, but yeah, this is what I mean, like... Okay, so are you gonna like rage rush me now? Yeah, you are. I mean, that's ideal for us in this case. It's such a shame that we didn't get like any level ups from that. I guess we did the long version of that fight in the end, inadvertently. G36 is quite good though. I'm still convinced of that fact. It does not seem like a bad weapon by any stretch of the imagination. It's a little bit silly, I feel like, that you kind of have to use this gun if you want to fight bosses as SWAT. Like, I'm not sure how much I like that as a mechanic, but perhaps, again, maybe for killing floor 3, they could have some kind of a mechanic where SWAT can just have armor-piercing rounds that you can buy, perhaps. If you want to stick to the trader mechanics, then I think that would be an interesting way of doing it. A potentially interesting way of doing it. I feel like playing another Firebug round, man. I'm sorry, I just love Firebug way too much. I have no concept of how long each of these games are actually taking, because I've not been paying attention. It's always there at the end screen, but I just look right by it. So I have no clue how many more we're still going to play, because it is like basically around 30-ish minutes until midnight, which is around where I would like to stop. I'm thinking we'll do at least 2, but maybe if we can, you know, get some speedrun strats going, we might do 3 for what it's worth. Let's try to push for 3. Let's try to, if we get, I feel like on the boss fights we've been taking a lot more time than usual. I'm just in like a way more chillaxed mood right now, is what I'm feeling basically. Which isn't necessarily bad, don't get me wrong. There's something about being overly caffeinated on a Friday night playing Overwatch 2, but there's also something about just being super chill on a Tuesday, enjoying a little bit of Killing Floor 2 as well. They both have their own little merits. Let's go deeper, apparently. We have to go deeper. I mean, there is an Inception-style map in this game, Nightmare, as we established. You go into somebody's brain hole. The old brain box. You know what, let's do a little bit of MAC-10 action. We very, very rarely do that. And I do have a gold MAC-10, which, I mean, damn, it feels good to be a gangster. It does look rather nice, doesn't it? Like, I gotta be honest, that's a good gold skin. It looks kind of believable. It's got like a nice texture on it and everything. I like it. I like it. But I don't ever use this gun, essentially. I couldn't tell you why. It was also in Killing Floor 1, I believe. But I don't even think I used it much there. But I mean, that's a totally different game. And I have like very, very little playtime on it as well. I remember maybe 20 to 30 hours, but I could be wrong. I can't recall if I ended up going back at a certain point and playing like a little bit more. But to be honest, like for me, Killing Floor 1 was just a little too skill index because I was just bad at the game. I remember like essentially never killing the boss, basically. Maybe I was part of like one boss kill. But usually we would die right around the time flesh pounds would start like actually spawning. Which isn't like the worst, but it doesn't make for a fun game when you've like played for 30 hours and you've still not really even seen the boss. Not with your own eyes at least. And the answer to that is obviously get good, to be completely honest. Like that's the proper advice that you should give people at that point. It's just nobody, including me, wants to hear it. Yeah, and Z time is kind of fun, huh? Infinite ammo Mac 10 is definitely a fun concept for anything. I mean, it's a pretty good little gun. A part of me wants to check if maybe there's a reason to use this on SWAT, but I highly doubt it, because the fire, I think, would just be more annoying than anything else. It wouldn't really add anything to the gun, and the fire panic would just be frustrating even for you, because low damage means you have to get, you know, multiple headshots on things. And you're just making that more difficult for yourself. Part of me kind of wants to go with the flamethrower. We've done that before, but let's do it again anyway. I will get armor in that case. I do love the way that this gun looks. Like, it's just cool, man. It's complex enough where, like, your eyes can linger on it, and you have, like, so much detail to take in. It looks like kind of a semi-believable weapon, you know? Like, this could exist in real life, I guess. I mean, maybe it is modeled after, like, a real-life weapon. Again, I feel like my lack of expertise is showing, because I don't know anything, like, any gun shit, basically. Or any weapon shit in general. Too much of a fictional universe guy in that sense. I mean, hey, good thing we're just on solo hard, because starting Fleshpound could otherwise be, like, kind of a nightmare, but I'm confident that with the amount of armor and ammo that we have, we will eventually get him with this flamethrower. It may take actual years, but hey, good things come to those who wait. Apparently we just got him right then, so I don't know what I'm saying. But I noticed before that I think you actually drop the ammo canister as well, but I'm not like 100% sure. Look, you just have to understand that I kind of like flamethrowers in general. Like Deep Rock Galactic, I played Driller primarily because of the flamethrower. Flamethrowers are just a sick concept in video games, man. I'm always happy to get a chance to use one. There's something primally exciting about being able to use fire in its like rawest and truest form as a weapon. Plus, I mean, look, it has like a cool reload animation too. What's not to love? I think we just got a headshot with it as well, which is always funny to me. When you can clearly see like a head explode from the fire. It's not outside of the realms of possibility with the flamethrower type weapon, I understand, but it's still a bit odd when it happens. Let's run and use our fireman's knife. It's such a weird little knife, right? Like, that's just not me who thinks that. It's probably modeled after like a real life thing, but it's a bit wonky. Yeah, I'll sell you. There's probably not much of a point in actually upgrading the flamethrower because it only helps with the tick damage. But like, what could we have next to it if we don't upgrade it? We could have like a husk cannon, but I don't really feel like using that right now. I am just gonna keep upgrading it and then figure out like what we're gonna place next to it. Because I kind of feel like doing, you know, like a flamethrower focused thing right now.
Last chance.
I will sell this revolver because we definitely don't need it. I'm not going to be using a random ass like gunslinger weapon. If I wanted to be like, you know, Firebug Gunslinger, then I would just get the Spitfires.
Break time's over.
They exist for a reason.
Get back to work. More Zeds
I used them the
inbound.
last time, I think, and we actually had like a decent experience with them. So they're also not bad. Some of the lighting effects in this game are still like pretty nice looking to this day, I gotta say. They did a pretty decent job on him.
Let's make sure.
And I mean, for a 6-year-old game, this is like still pretty nice. Some stuff is showing its age, but hey man, I'm having fun, and that has to count for something. But I can't really complain. Like, I feel like, you know, right now I have like a relatively big selection of games that I can play, or at least they're games that I can play for like a long period of time, such as this one. And we do have like some stuff to look forward to, such as Darktide. Obviously, it remains to be seen if that's going to be any good, but hey man, even though hope is the first step on the road to disappointment, I still kind of want to believe that it's going to be like at least, you know, one of the games of all time. Maybe not one of the good games or best games of all time, but it definitely will be one of the games of all time. And therefore, I remain hopeful that maybe we'll have a good time playing it. I'll probably take a look at the hardware requirements rather, not really recommendations, because I don't think I have a PC that's looking at, you know, recommended. I'm looking at minimum right now, which is probably not ideal if I would also like to stream it, to be completely honest. But hey man, I take the good with the bad. I should also look at like graphics card prices, I think. Because earlier when, you know, the 40 series by Nvidia was announced, there was apparently some good stuff happening with the price of the 30 series. And I'm okay with just getting like a 30 something. It would be a pretty big leap in terms of hardware for me. I think I'm on a 1060 right now, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be like a pretty big jump in terms of what I'm capable of doing with that. Right, so we got 6 weight. I mean, an incendiary rifle fits in here just perfectly. We might take that just based on that merit alone. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? So we have our finalized loadout just in time for the boss too. I mean, this spot could work, I think, for most of the boss fights, at least to start with. If it's King Fleshpound, we're not going to stay here, obviously. And if it's King Fleshpound, I guess we might switch to the incendiary rifle. It does have like a bit of explosive damage associated with it, so it does have that going for it. But it is Kevin, by the way. You know, while I'm talking over it, you will have seen that it is indeed Kevin. Oh no, he's minigunning. Oh, we fire panicked him, actually. Man, it's a good thing that that tower, like, that column made of skulls and bones didn't, like, just crack from an anti-tank missile. Boy, am I happy that old people had bones made out of titanium back in the day. No, I don't want you to do this. I feel like it's going to be a lot harder to get him as he's running away, because the ground fire is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Oh, apparently we blew up the bloat corpse as well. I mean, if we need to, we do have access to the incendiary rifle, which we probably will need if we don't, like, scrounge around for some ammo. At this point, I'm not going to, because he's probably, like, on his way back now.
Let's make sure.
I don't even see where he's at, actually, like, that time. Oh, really? You got me around the corner, huh? Kind of sneaky with it. Honestly, like, this is working a lot better than I thought it would. Oh, he's going out the window. I don't think I've seen him do that. That's kind of interesting. Hey, ammo. I'm kind of happy to see that. I wouldn't mind a little bit more. Because I don't think... I mean, we'll be able to do, like, one more phase of his, for sure, with the flamethrower, but I think after that we're going to have to switch weapons. Hey, buddy, I would love to. Just come and get it, then. I think we can also maybe, you know, use fewer resources by just not going so ham on the shooting. Once again, he's going out the window. Oh, he's going that way. Yeah, I'm just gonna like let him get away, apparently. I did get grabbed, which I think made it impossible to do that. Finish that pursuit, basically. I'm a bit out of position now, so if he does like any kind of missile attack, I think we're kind of up shit creek a little bit at least. But he didn't catch back up with us, and we still have armor, so that gives me a bit of hope for the future. No, no, don't get me around the corner. Not this time. I mean, if we can just kite him in the same spot. Apparently the fire is doing, like, incredible work. No, he realized my tactic. You know what? Take a Molotov. Technically, that's still fire, right? I can't help but feel that maybe the bottle broke him because the Molotov only cracked behind him. Yep. I got this feeling that we might have just killed him with, like, a thrown bottle, which is kind of cool by itself. I still kind of enjoy using the flamethrower. We did get 30 headshots, but I can't help but feel that, you know, the MAC-10 had a lot to do with that. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's just something to keep in mind. We also did use another gun. So we're definitely doing this one. I'm just not sure what we do after this one. We haven't done a Battle Axe Berserker yet, so I think we're going to do that this time around. Have a little bit of fun. Basically, if we don't buy anything for the first 2 waves, then we're going to get a chance to get it very, very early on and then just go ham. It is essentially my favorite melee weapon, for sure. It's big, it deals heavy damage, and it just chunks people into soup. And there's something about that I quite enjoy. So we will indeed be going down that route. Probably combining it with a Hemoclobber. Or maybe a gun. I don't know. We've done Hemoclobber a lot, and then we never end up using it. But to be honest, if I have Battle Axe, then I want to use Battle Axe. So even if I need the Hemoclobber, I tend to just keep on going with the Battle Axe and using just my needle to heal. And oftentimes, at least in solo, that is more than enough. Okay, this set time might be very useful for us. Indeed it was. You can kind of roam around a little. Or, like, do a faster attack animation. Thank you. I'd prefer any of your attack animations compared to that one. Do we have a second bloat, or is it just a small guy that got left behind? I think it might be just a small dude. At the moment, at least. It is. Well, we got him. I mean, we don't really care about the pod because we won't be purchasing anything. So I guess we're just going to go back to this room. It seemed to work rather well to start with. It's going to be a slow start because they don't have very close spawns, seemingly, but I don't really mind. To be honest, Crowell is like good enough to keep around for 2 waves in my experience anyway.
All zeds inbound.
Need to get rid of the, you know, fire extinguishers. So in the event that there's an actual emergency, we're definitely fucked. Oh, we didn't get the headshot on him. We're apparently just like, you know, hitting people. Not really precisely, just hitting them. So just beating these folks up. They did like spawn a lot faster than last time. Maybe that's just a wave 1 thing then. I'm kind of hoping, to be honest, with like to go and talk about some inside baseball, you know, behind the scenes stream stuff. I'm kind of hopeful that maybe I'll have like a little bit more time this weekend to focus on that. Because I would love to actually do the music video for the Deep Rock Galactic thing, mostly because, you know, I've just been like behind on it, and it doesn't feel good to postpone like a project like that. When, you know, I've done the fun part of it, the recording vocal part of it, which probably is going to be the weakest part of it, even though I'm not great at editing, but I do think that I can edit together something better than I can sing. Really, I don't think my singing is going to be the worst aspect of that. It's more so going to be the rhythm. Like, I think there's a couple parts where I didn't like nail it, but and I noticed it briefly. I think anybody that actually has any semblance of musical training is gonna be super like pissed about it. But at the same time, man, I never claimed that it would be a good cover. I claimed that it would be a cover, basically. So you can't say that it's false advertising when I never told you that it would be any good. But either way, I mean, if I move some stuff around in the weekend anyway, I should be able to do some recording and editing. I just need to free up my mornings, I think, at least one of them. Although probably it would be best if I just did like both Saturday and Sunday, so that I do it on different days. We could also go Eviscerator. I haven't done that in like a giga long time. But it's not as much fun as Battle Axe. So instead I think we're going to go Battle Axe, and maybe I'll keep in mind that the Eviscerator is in fact a weapon that exists for the future. Because it is kind of a cool one. So it could be fun to grab that and have like a romp with it. And apparently it's also available for Wave 3 if we conserve our money. So that's something to keep in mind for the future. I don't want to do like back-to-back Berserker, but we might, to be honest. We might if we finish this one fast enough. It's only been 4 minutes now. And yeah, they do spawn rather fast, so that's kind of neat. We'll see, we'll see. We might do an Eviscerator, like, round right after this one. You never know. I would prefer getting a parry against, like, sirens and other stuff, but, you know, if I get a chance to kill a bloat and everything, I'm gonna take it. Man, I love the Battle Axe so much. It's just such a cool weapon. Oh, I guess we interrupted him. We need like one more good hit, or you know, 2 more if we don't get like the proper headshots, then it's gonna be 2. I cannot parry like a ball of fire, as it turns out. It's definitely not a skill issue either. Turns out like the mechanics of the game don't allow you to do that. Can you imagine if they added a weapon though that allowed you to actually reflect like projectiles? That could have been like pretty bad right there, but thankfully he wasn't in the middle of the suicide attack. Maybe they could do the typical anime bullshit and change the katana, or make an HRG katana, but still for the Berserker, that has like a different parry that allows you to reflect like bullets. I was gonna say that's gonna be bad. I saw the bloat like a split second too late. But it doesn't matter all that much from the looks of it. Oh, there's a little crawler that I didn't see. I swear to God, I think I take the most damage from crawlers in this game.
Make for the pod and gear up.
So I think the smart play would be to just take something like the nail gun, because if we end up having to fight Abomination and we get low health, then I think any just range weapon would be useful. And we normally just take something like Hemoclobber, so we could change it up a little. I think I've convinced myself. Let's grab a nail gun, because I'm pretty sure it fits.
Buy armor.
It does indeed fit. So let's do that. Let's actually get some other supplies too. I don't like this spot so much. The thing is, the only spot that I'm fond of, I guess, because I was going to say maybe a fan of, but I think that's like too much of an endorsement. It's just the one that I was in. This is another one of those maps where it's not all bad, but there's some really bad locations, essentially.
I'm about to shut the pod.
And I mean, this spot is kind of alright. You have like a lot of paths to walk around at. The bridges are wide enough where you can actually kite. And thanks to the pillars, you kind of don't have to worry about the husks so much. I mean, if we get a chance, we'll do the area. I have no use for the XP anymore, but why not, man? It's purple, and you know, the trader will congratulate me if I do it. I can't pick up another weapon. Unfortunately, my pockets are full with a nail gun and a battle axe. Turns out, having something with the weight of a truck makes it difficult to carry other stuff. It's kind of funny how that works. They kind of had like a slow spawn once again. I'm not sure how that works, because previous wave, they kind of like immediately came rushing in. I guess it depends on the wave composition as well, because we did have like a ton of crawlers early on too. The clots are fairly slow, all things considered. She's about to scream, right? No, apparently she's very slow on the uptake. Stalkers impossible to parry. Look, they're hard to see, in my defense. Everyone knows it's really the Gore-fasts and Gore-fiends that are like a dream come true for Berserker, because they are indeed easy to parry. They get you the damage buff that you need and crave. I mean, I'd rather just, like, you know, get more parry juice than get the kill. You know what would be kind of cool in this game, but I think you would need Killing Floor 3's, like, rebuild engine for it. I think it would be interesting to get, like, some really detailed stat tracking. Because I could, for example, be interested in how much, like, how active the parry buff is on Berserker. Maybe, like, tracked all throughout your career. It could be, like, an interesting stat. It would at least tell you if you need to improve or not. Although I get that in that case you would have to make it like a core mechanic innate to Berserker rather than just one of the perks that you pick. So again, it would require some changes. But I do treat it like a core mechanic because it essentially is, right? I mean, it's better in every way than the flat resistances that you can have. Oh, I didn't mean to switch weapons there, by the way. In case it wasn't, like, completely obvious. I kind of fat-fingered my mouse there. I wish that you would have exploded, but I guess you can't have it all. I use the, you know, Flesh Pound to dodge the husk. Now that would have been, like, real good a second ago, but in order to get it, I would have had to be a little bit more accurate too, so... Oh, come on, I hate it when they jump over like a gigantic swing. You have to be kidding me. This wave has gone on, like, fairly long, huh? I kind of thought we would do, like, a side-to-side attack, but I wasn't paying attention to my inputs. Also, inadvertently blocking when I don't even mean to do it. You can tell I'm an absolute pro. Hey, actually, God. When there's a skull over the enemy's head, it's very easy to track where they're at, so it becomes a lot easier to, you know, properly get those parries and blocks. If I could have that effect on all the time, then I would complain about it, to be honest with you, because it would get in the way at certain moments. That is the true way of the gamer. You're always going to be pissed about something. I guess I'm coming here to get, like, just armor. Again, the reasonable thing would be to buy, like, some kind of gun, place it down on the ground, and then just, you know, have it around for the final fight. But I know exactly how I operate, and I don't think we're going to be doing that. And I don't really know on just, like, this difficulty why it would matter, to be honest. Like, if it's going to come down to you ran out of ammo on, you know, the nail gun, sure, but, like, you ran out of ammo on the battle axe, though? I don't think that's a sentence that gets stated with any amount of frequency, if we're being completely real. I do like how I renovated this room. Look at how nicely we repainted it. I mean, clearly we paid a little bit more attention to that part of it, but we'll get around to the rest eventually. I have this expression for doing just that in this game. I call it repainting the kids' room, because it's a very grotesque way of referring to it. It sometimes gets a few laughs. I mean, I'm gonna just, like, you know, try to beat her up, clearly. Like, we're Berserker with a battle axe. The ideal solution to any and all of her problems is just hit it with the battle axe. I don't care that you're burning me. Give me that parry bonus, though. I would love that. I would just interrupt everything you do and, like, take your head off of your shoulders. I just want to, you know, like, take her mind away, basically. Sweep her off her feet with an oversized weapon that deals infinite damage. There you go. Sometimes I remember back in the day when I wasn't max prestige, max level Berserker, and I was not, you know, used to the ways of the battle axe, and I would get Matriarch in a solo game, and I'd be like, God damn it, I'm dead. I'm just dead. I was a level 7 little dude, and I was like, I'm so fucking screwed. I didn't know that you could just fight him. I remember seeing a YouTube video where I think it was Pathfinder that actually, like, went in, probably with a katana or something, just as, like, a slight challenge, and absolutely styled upon poor Matriarch. And I was like, dude, like, you're telling me you can do that? I think I had, like, 10 hours on the game in total. If that. So we've come a long way. We've come a long way now, and turns out you do need some amount of confidence. So I guess it would be boring, but I do want to do one more run on this map. And I'm going to stay Berserker because I kind of want to play with the Eviscerator. Because to be honest, I forgot about the fact that it's a weapon that exists until about 5 minutes ago when I saw it at the trader. And it's pretty cool, the concept. It's just a bigger version of the Piranha Pistol. Well, to be historically accurate, the Piranha Pistol is a miniature version of the Eviscerator, right? Bro, like I wish any one of you would do like a fast attack, but you're all doing the slowest shit attack. Thank you. Even if it means that I got vomited on, I appreciate the parry immensely. We didn't take nearly as much health damage as I thought we would there. Here's our free parry dispenser. Thank you, sir. You're doing the Lord's work. I will always remember you. I'm pretty sure he like flew off the map after I killed him. So, you know, we could absolutely like put that into slow motion and just put "Don't You Forget About Me" underneath it. Just imagine the poor Gorefast like falling off the map after he's done his duty. Don't you forget about me. And I mean, I won't. I'll always remember the 8 seconds of parry that you gave me. I'll never forget. I mean, I never noticed that this man just like kind of sat down next to these boxes. He looks comfy. You know, if I look at it like this, if I crop the head, it kind of looks semi-comfortable, right? I'm kind of jealous of him, to be honest. Like, I'm out here fighting for my life, and he's just chilling out, basically. Lounging like a champion. Oh yeah, you can do like this shooting range, right? If you turn on the power. I always forget. I don't think I've ever done it like properly. I have turned on the power and fooled around with it. Once again, I don't exactly know why I came here, because even for the Eviscerator, we need one more like wave for sure. But most of the time, I don't like push so hard for the high tier weapons, and I get like something in the interim. At least like a fire axe or something. It's not particularly inspiring, but hey man, it's a cool weapon in terms of looks. I got a soft spot for it because I used like a fire axe in TF2 quite a bit as Pyro. I just like it. And also, I mean, on Left 4 Dead 2, it's my weapon of choice, absolutely. Sometimes I think that maybe I should like play Left 4 Dead 2 on stream, but the truth is that's like an absolutely awful game to play with bots. I really just prefer Hard 8, which is even more awful with bots. And the only person I can think of that I would play it with is someone that I'm not really in like that much contact with anymore. So it'd be hard to set up, I think, because our schedules kind of like don't line up in any meaningful way. I had like a couple evenings, even some years ago, like, well, 1 year ago to be exact, when we would do like 4 to 5 hour like game sessions on Left 4 Dead 2, and I mean, it's pretty fun. On Hard 8, it's definitely challenging enough to warrant that much time and that many attempts, sometimes even on just one campaign. But we haven't really been able to set that up. I think most recently we had like a gaming sesh like that about 2 or 3 weeks ago, which is quite a ways off now when you think about it. Considering I'm still fairly active playing other stuff, like a couple weeks seems like years in streamer time, right? It's kind of funny how that works. Like, it is insane to me that I played through Shoot His Blood and Teeth like 4 times. And that was like 4 actual streams, but it was still only just about like 11 to 12 hours. Like, it doesn't seem that much. But then you realize like 12 hours of anything in one go would be like a huge amount of time. But then, you know, you divide it up into 4 neat little segments, and you're like, oh, it's not so bad. Time really is relative. Turns out, maybe that Einstein guy had like some actual proper thoughts that, you know, are valid. Who'd have think it? Maybe he was right after all. Bro, I swear to God, the parry, like, colors are just so fucked up looking sometimes. They got it right, though. Like, it is absolutely Doom Vision, dude. The only thing it's missing is, you know, the actual Doom OST. Like, give me some rip and tear, at least. There's probably a mod for that, to be realistic with you. That would be some sick incentive. I still maintain that if you want your players to do well, like, music is an absolute part of it, I think, for most people. I'll get some armor, I guess. I mentioned Awesome Knots earlier on stream, and that's like a side-scroller MOBA that has like a micro-community now only, unfortunately. But it is quite an old game now. I think it's 10 years at this stage.
I'm about to
Probably
shut the
11 even, maybe. Might have come out earlier on consoles. But either way, and the unique mechanic of the game, in addition to having like really cool design, was that if you got a killing spree in the game, it's a 3v3 MOBA style game essentially, but if you killed 3 people, then it would display that you're on a killing spree. And you would have the theme music of your character, because every single character had some really cool theme music. You would get the theme music playing for the entire server, but like a different version of it. They did slightly modified covers of each of the theme songs. They were usually a lot more hype. And I swear to God, man, like that shit gets you absolutely pumped. When it's like, you know, you're like 1 kill away, and it's gonna be your song, and everyone's gonna like fucking know that you're going absolutely crazy, and it sounds amazing as well. Like, I think it's Sonic Picnic were the ones responsible for the soundtrack for that game, and I mean, they did an amazing job. Even the covers, like, for me, the character I played in that game was Isla, because she's kind of also like mindless go berserk energy, and her like actual killing spree music was so good, dude. It's absolute neuron activation. My man is like just punching women over here. That's my job. In this game. Let me clarify. In this game, it's my job. Don't cancel me. Not yet. I don't think I'm cancelable right now. I'm not even on the grid. That seems like a bad meme. Like, you can't cancel me. I'm not a part of the system. Such an edgelord sentence that one is. But yeah, and I think a huge part of the skill improvement in Awesome Knots might have had to do with the fact that you had like really good motivation to actually get that killing spree going. Because you would know that it would play a fucking cool song. And then you'd start associating that song with doing well. Like, it was a, you know, two-way process, basically. You got the cool music because you were doing good. But then when you got the cool music, you would just do better because you'd be like, oh, it's time to do better. I think it's absolutely a huge part of it, and it's something very understated these days. I mean, I think in terms of sports, I'm assuming that there have been studies made about it. You know, the positive effects of music on, like, sports performance, like athletic performance, rather. And I think it's kind of the same with video games. I can definitely vouch for the athletic performance. Like, I do my best results. Like, I get PBs on, like, a stationary bike when I put on, like, really, really pump music, dude. Just crazy shit that is, like, absolutely going to, like, send you to the stratosphere. I guess we could still grab something, right? Yeah, I think we're probably gonna, like... For this, maybe we'll go Hemoclobber, actually, if it fits. Yeah, it could. It could. We could get upgraded Hemoclobber. And then we have, like, another melee weapon, which is not half bad. But yeah, that could be something for the Berserker. Make that a mod. I'm not gonna make that a mod myself, because I'm on the epic version, because I'm a subhuman freak. But also, I also don't have any clue how to mod this game, or any game for that matter. But you can be my guest and make it into a mod. Just make the gameplay Doom music, like Doom 2016, maybe even Eternal. I mean, Eternal's music is pretty decent as well. Just make the game play that music when you have the parry buff up. I guess the hard part of coding that would be, you know, to make it keep going when you renew the parry buff instead of just starting from the top again. But hey, that's your job to figure out. Yeah, upgraded thing is insane with it, man. Eviscerator, do be eviscerating. I know it has like an actual, you know, buzzsaw element, like you can use it as a chainsaw basically, but I'm kind of saving that juice for later. Plus, like, this melee attack looks so funny. It's just like I'm showing them my weapon, like, hey, look at this, and then, you know, they don't have a head anymore. They just get bisected. The Berserkers that time is still so much fun. Oh man, I was kind of hoping it would be like a one-shot for the quarter pounds, but apparently not. I just want to know, like, how am I not hitting you? We might, like, actually die here because we got into a corner once again. Let's see if we can, like, roam around a little bit. I think we're stabilizing, basically. No real problems anymore. Oh, for a second there, we had the blessed number as our health. Sadly, the health regen is cucking us. Well, let's just run around briefly. I don't even know why I'm doing the area. I'm already, like, maxed out in terms of XP, but... You get congratulated by the trader lady when you get it. Clearly it's worth it. I guess the thing I need to remember is you can still, like, parry with this. I always forget. Again, you can tell I don't use this gun, like, with any amount of frequency. The reload is a little bit annoying, I will say. Was there a second one there? I genuinely didn't see.
The area remains.
If there was, apparently we killed her.
Bonjour.
Well,
Come and get your tools.
I feel like we have enough for the coveted Hemoclobber now. I mean, we have our loadout. The thing that I need to remind myself is we do, in fact, have to fucking parry with this thing. Like, there's a reason why it has that ability. So where would we like to fight is the big question. There's a boss fight coming up. I have no clue how this gun does against the bosses, genuinely. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've used it. But it looks fucking cool. And I mean, it's a crazy concept. I will turn on the lights, I guess, but I still don't have any idea where I want to fight. This thing looks like a fucking game console, by the way. The light switch console. It looks like an arcade machine. I guess we'll maybe just fight over here in the starting area. We have like some cover we can use against some of the bosses. And I mean, it remains to be seen who we get. It's Hans. I mean, hey, that's fine. I think he's just in like the central control room, so he's gonna be with us very, very shortly. Probably gonna come through this door, especially if I move closer to it. I'm curious to see the damage on this thing. Let's like wait until he gets a little closer. I mean, that's pretty good. That looks promising. If I can also hit him, that would be absolutely pog. Also, cover is like not that important against Hans at the end of the day. We'll have to like run away from his big grenades basically, and that's about it. Oh, we're like just triggering his shield phase immediately upon ending the first one. Can't even tell what you're doing, my man. Is this gonna hit you? That would have been funny if it did, but I do have to aim it occasionally. Well, apparently this is quite a good weapon against the bosses, it turns out. I had no clue. And it's still going. It's still bouncing around all over the place. You know what the funniest thing is? I think I mentioned that I'm going to have to parry. I don't think we did any parrying there. I was just too busy, like, shooting shit. You know, obviously Prestige 5, level 25 Berserker gameplay, in case you couldn't tell. Well, normally I would just keep going onto a different map, but to be honest, it's kind of time for me to go. But I had a good time, either way, so let's just get back onto the main menu. And I'm going to check if there's anybody to raid, or if we just have to go to end screen, basically. Let's see if there is somebody that we would like to raid. The answer is a resounding no, turns out. Well, in that case, let's open this. And I'm going to be changing scene in just about a second. But before I do, I would like to thank everybody for turning up and tuning in. I had a good time getting back into Killing Floor 2. Now, if I'm going to be streaming another time this week, it's probably going to be 2 days from now, also known as Thursday. But most likely a bit later than right now, as it turns out, because I have a lot of work-related stuff that I need to take care of, and I'll be home rather late. So basically, if you want updates about that, like, hit the follow button, and you can also always just check out my Twitter if you want to get, like, regular updates. I basically just use it to mention stream stuff. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing these days. I think I would probably have a lot more people following me if I did any sort of anything else, but, man, I don't know. I don't think anything I do is important enough to warrant, like, minute-by-minute posting. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. But either way, I will probably be still on another time this week. I'm still aiming for that 3 times a week streaming gig, I guess. You know, that would be neat if we could keep that up for at least like another month or so. So I'm going to be shooting for the stars with that one. and I hope that you had as good of a time as I did. I will just take you over to my end screen, my glorious, very high quality end screen, and thank you once again for joining me. And I hope you'll come around next time as well. See you guys later.
Here is the safest place to be, in the modern home on wheels. Under you is a rigid steel foundation. Steering controls anchored to the frame. Dependable brakes to stop you safely in every emergency. Knee action to keep you steady over the bumps and set you down easy in case of a blowout.
So we have just an ordinary day, ordinary traffic. Yet any number of these drivers are potential killers. Here's one of them. He doesn't look like a killer, does he? That is why ordinary tires are not enough. That is why ordinary tires are not enough.
Let's get out of here before somebody gets hurt.